Hello everyone, if you are completely new to Unreal Engine, then you are in the right place. In this tutorial, we will go from knowing nothing about Unreal to creating this photorealistic landscape. Now, I know this might look intimidating, but do not worry. Every step of this process, from sculpting the landscapes to creating the house, will be explained and shown in detail. This tutorial will go over everything you need to know to get started in Unreal. All the assets we are using, the 3D models, and Unreal Engine itself are all free. So with all that being said, let's get started. Every part of this free course has been divided into individual chapters. So if you're ever confused, just pause the video and rewatch that chapter. Also, if I'm talking too slow, you can control the speed of a video by clicking on the cog icon in the bottom right of the screen. Keep in mind, for the first hour or two, I'll be talking pretty slow just to help get us situated with the engine. Now, with all that being said, let's jump into the first chapter, and that is installing Unreal Engine. But before we can do that, we first need to install the Epic Games launcher that we can get from their website. Once you have that installed, and once you create an account with Epic Games, within the launcher, go to Unreal Engine and click on Library. Here we can select any of the previous Unreal Engine versions. To get a new version, you can click on the plus icon there. For this tutorial, I'll be using 4.25. Below that, we have a selection of all your projects you've recently worked on. To actually create a new project, you can either select Launch from here, or you can select the big launch button at the top right here. I'll just launch it from here for now. This brings up the Unreal Project browser. At the top here, we have recent projects. These are all of our recent projects that we used within this specific version of Unreal Engine. Below that, we can create new projects from a selection of templates. For example, if I'm creating a first-person shooter, all I have to do is click on Games and click on First-Person Shooter, and this project will already have a bunch of starter assets used to just get me pointed in the right direction. For this tutorial, I'm going to start off in a blank project. So I'm going to select blank, click on next. And here within project settings, keep everything the same as mine and make sure with starter content is selected. That's because we're going to be using some pre-made assets by Epic Games to help get us started within Unreal Engine. Below this, we can select a location for our project. You can select the 3 small dots right here. And I'm going to choose desktop because I want easy access to these project files. We can also name this project. I'm going to call this first project and click create. After your project has been created, I think it's important to note that if we minimize the project right now, on our desktop you'll see a new file called our project's name, and if we double click on that to go into it, you'll see all the data that makes up our Unreal project. And you'll also see this blue icon and this .u project file. This is actually an executable, so if we double click on it, that will open up our project. Okay, so our project is open. Let's go over the user interface. And I know at this point it's gonna be kind of boring, but there's some fundamentals we have to go over before we can jump into creating our levels and worlds. Okay, to start off, what probably catches your attention is the large window in the middle here. This is our 3D viewport. It's basically a window into our 3D world from which we can view different angles and manipulate objects. I'll go over the controls and how to navigate and manipulate objects in a bit. Above that is the toolbar. This is a collection of helpful tools that we're always going to come back to and reference. One thing that you'll notice that will be different from your toolbar is the Megascans icon. This is because I've already gone ahead and installed Megascans. Don't worry, once we get to the Megascans portion of this tutorial, I'll go over how you can install and get that icon right here. To the right of our 3D viewport, we have the Place Actors tab. This is kind of self-explanatory. This is essentially a list of commonly used objects that we can place in our world. For instance, if I want to place this cube, all you have to do is left click and hold, drag this into my world, and when I find a good location, I can let go of my left click, and I now have a cube in my world. I don't want it there, so I'm just going to hit delete. There's also different tabs that you can go into, and a search bar. Below everything here, we have this window down here. This is the content browser. The content browser is basically Unreal's file explorer. So just like how on your computer's file explorer, you have folders, and in those folders can be other folders, and those folders are the actual assets. Same thing with the content browser. You can have folders, subfolders, and Unreal assets that you can double click on and edit. For instance, right now we have starter content in our folder. All we have to do is double click on this to go into that folder, and we can see a bunch more folders. I'm going to click on the folder that says props. Click on that. And here we have a bunch of objects. And even with these objects, I could double click on and actually now edit the objects. I'm going to click on X window to get out of this. And if I ever want to go up a folder, I could come up here to the folder navigation bar and just click content to get back to my root folder. It's also important to note that right here I have a show or hide icon. Just click on this and I can see a more traditional layout of my folders, just like how I would see it on my file explorer. Also, if you don't see the starter content, that's because you forgot to check starter content when we were creating our project. Don't worry, you can get that back by going to add new, come up to the very top to add feature or content pack, go to content pack and click on starter content. On the top right, we have the world outliner. This is literally just a list of all the objects that are currently in the world you have opened. Probably the best use case is to organize. As you can see, this map has already been organized with different folders that contains different assets. Also, another good case use for this world outliner is if you scroll down here and let's say there's an object behind the table and I can't click on that object because the table is right in front of it. I can temporarily hide the table by coming over to the world outliner and clicking on the eye icon. I can get back this table by clicking on the eye icon again. Below the world outliner, we have the details panel. The details panel is context sensitive to whatever I have selected in either my viewport or the world outliner. For instance, if I select this statue, now we'll get all the details and properties of that statue. If I select the chair, I'll get the details and properties of that chair. This is pretty helpful because it allows us to edit these properties. For example, what if we have a really tall person sitting in the chair and I want the chair to be twice its actual height? I'm going to come down to transform, go into scale, and under scale go to the Z-axis and change that from 1 to 2. Now the chair is twice its height. I'm just going to click Control Z to undo that. Also, you'll see we have just a ton of properties. 80-20 rule, 80% of the time you'll only be using 20% of a program's features. So almost all of this I never touch, or I only touch in very specific circumstances. The majority of your work will be right here. Okay, now that we've gone over all the windows that Unreal comes with by default, it's important to know that Unreal Engine also has a bunch of windows that are hidden. The most important of these windows is the world settings. To actually bring it up, you can come up to Windows and in the drop down, click on World Settings. And this will pop in a new window right next to Details with all our world settings. You can customize your user interface by left click holding on the tabs up here and dragging this around, and you notice it can snap to different areas. So if I don't want my world outliner here, I want it down here, I could just grab the world outliner, bring it down and nest it with content browser. I can also get rid of windows by clicking on the X icon here. If you don't see a Windows tab, that's because it's currently hidden. You could bring up a Windows tab by coming up to the top left of the window and you'll see a little orange triangle. If you click that, it'll bring back the world tab. So now you can drag this around and nest it anywhere else you want. If I ever want to hide this world tab again, I could just come down here, right click and click on hide tab. Okay, so now I've really messed up my interface. Again, if I want to load the defaults, I could come up to window, go down to load layout and click on default editor layout. And now I've gone back my default view. So let's jump into camera navigation, or how we're able to fly around our 3D world and view our world from different angles. But before we can do that, it's important to know that Unreal has two styles of navigation. You have standard navigation, and then you have game style navigation. First, we're going to go over standard. The first thing you need to know about standard mode is that if you hold down the right mouse button and move your mouse around, you can rotate the camera. So again, right mouse button to rotate your camera. Now, if we hold down the left mouse button and move our mouse, we can move forwards and backwards. So left mouse button, move mouse to move forward and backwards, and to move up and down, you should hold down both the left mouse button and the right mouse button to go up and down. So again, to recap, for standard navigation, right click mouse button to rotate your camera, hold down left mouse button to move backwards and forwards, and both left mouse button, right mouse button, hold down to move up and down. So now let's go over game style, and I have a feeling a lot of you people out there will prefer game style over standard because the muscle memory will already be there. The controls both standard and game style both share is you want to hold down right mouse button to rotate your camera. Now, for game style, you still want to hold down the right mouse button, and with right mouse button hold down, you can use the W, A, S, D keys to move around. And you can also hold down E to go up and Q to go down. Again, if you hold down right mouse button, you can use W to go forward, S to go backwards, A to go to the left, and D to go to the right. This is just like any video game you've ever played. And that's why we already have probably the muscle memory there to go around Unreal Engine quickly. Now, I noticed there is a problem, and that is my camera is moving way too fast. To adjust my camera speed, I can come up to the top right here, and in this drop down, I can lower the speed or increase it. Another way to change the speed of my camera is to hold down the right mouse button and use the scroll wheel to scroll up to go faster and scroll down to go slower. So again, to recap, holding down the right mouse button to rotate my camera, right mouse button W to go forward, S to go backwards, A to go to the left, D to go to the right, E to go up, Q to go down, and finally, we can use the scroll wheel while holding down the right mouse button to adjust the camera speed. Before we can talk about viewport settings, we first have to establish what a 3D object is. So really briefly, a 3D object is literally just a collection of points in space called vertices. And these points in space can connect to each other and create edges. Specifically in Unreal's case, when you have 3 edges, they can create a face. And it is these faces that simulate the surfaces of 3D objects. So when you see a 3D object in Unreal, you could think of it as just a collection of vertices and edges. And in Unreal, we can actually see these. To do that, all you have to do is come up here to where it says lit, click on it, and we'll get the view modes drop down. Within the view modes drop down, come down here and click on brush wireframe. Now we can see all the wireframes and vertices of our 3D world. And something cool that you'll notice is we see all these edges and vertices in the far back, really far way back here. We're surrounded by vertices and edges. Well, this is actually the sky. So if I go back to lit mode by clicking again on this button and in the drop down clicking on lit, I can select the sky and press F to focus. And you can see that our sky is literally just a sphere with a texture on it. In old games, this was called a skybox, but now they're called sky spears because they are spears. And we can click on an asset again to jump back to our level. I'm going to click on floor and hit F. Now, Unreal Engine also has other view modes. See these view modes? Come back up here and you'll notice them all here. We can see what our scene looks like unlit, so the base color of our objects, or we can see just the lighting of our objects by clicking on detail lighting or lighting only. So these view modes are really good when you want to debug a scene. Let's say something's going on. You can just switch through those view modes and see exactly what's happening under the hood. Another neat feature of the viewport is changing perspective. So we can actually go into orthographic view mode by clicking on the car icon and clicking on any of these. I'm going to click on top, and what we will see is that it automatically gave us a bird's eye view of our world. And it's best explained like it's sort of like the blueprints of a house. So there's no perspective warping going on. To control the viewport in orthographic view mode, hold down the right mouse button to pan and use the mouse scroll wheel to zoom in and out. Also, an important thing to note is that each of these large squares, so the squares with the slightly bright gray, not the dark gray, represents 1 meter. So that's a cool feature. And a human is about 1.8 meters. So a human would be from here all the way to here. And I can leave orthographic view mode by clicking on the car icon and clicking on perspective again. If you've been flying around the level a bunch, you probably notice the screen getting brighter and darker as we zoom in on an object or zoom out on an object. For instance, I can actually do that right now. If I zoom in on these tables, the screen gets brighter, and then if I zoom out, the screen gets darker. So brighter, darker. So what is happening right now is called exposure. And what exposure is it's your eyes adjusting to the environment around it. So if you've ever been in a dark room with no windows and you jumped outside, everything gets a lot brighter and your eyes start to hurt. But over time, your eyes dilate and all the colors come back to normal. Everything gets darker. And now when you go back into the same dark room, your eyes have to have an adjustment period until you actually start seeing better in the darkness again. And this is what Unreal is simulating. For our purposes right now as level designers, this is really annoying. And we can actually disable it temporarily only for ourselves. So the player will still see exposure, but we won't, by going up here back to the view modes panel. At the very bottom here in exposures, we can uncheck game settings. Now, as I zoom back into the set, it is bright. If I zoom out, it is still bright. The brightness is remaining the same. We can also adjust this brightness, the exposure, manually by going back to where we were. And in EV100, I can bring it down to increase brightness or bring it up to decrease it and make my scene darker. Now, it's important that this isn't editing any lights in our scene. This is only affecting our camera. So for now, I'm just going to leave it at 1. Show flags are neat because they allow us to uncheck and check what we want to see and what we don't want to see. For instance, if this grid is in the way right now, I could come up to show flags, go down a grid, and make sure that checkbox is unchecked. Now I can't see the grid anymore. If I want to bring it back, I could go back here and make sure the grid box is checked. So if there's ever a point when you're editing your level and you don't see something and you know it's there, check all your show flags and make sure that object's type is set to true. You may have noticed by now that my scene looks a little bit different than your scene. Your scene has all these edits, these little editor widgets being shown. These are widgets that only us, the editors of our scene, see. The player never sees this. So to see what the player actually sees, you can press G to go into game view mode. And I do this all the time. So when I open up this level, I just subconsciously press G to get rid of all of these editor clutter. You can also manually turn this on and off and not press G by clicking on the arrow and clicking on and off game view. Another cool thing is that in the same menu, you get to, by this arrow, you can click on immersive mode to bring this into full screen, and then we can click on immersive mode to bring it back. Here in the engine, I'm going to press G to get rid of all the editor widgets. And now I'm going to zoom in to this set. If you guys don't know, we are currently editing a map called minimal_default. So we can actually go to minimal_default within starter content, maps, and this is it. So whenever you make an edit, you want to hit Control S. So then those edits will actually save to minimal_default. To begin, let's go over how you can actually move an object backwards and forwards or anywhere in your map. If we left click on this chair here, we'll see a 3D gizmo. If you don't see the arrow gizmo, make sure the leftmost button is clicked. So with this gizmo, I can move it left and right, forwards and backwards, and up and down. Now you'll notice that when I'm moving it, it's kind of janky. It's snapping right now. That's because snapping is turned on, so it's moving every 10 centimeters. To actually turn snapping off, we can come up here to the right and make sure this grid icon isn't orange. Now snapping is off. Snapping is pretty cool when you have modular assets, but for this purpose, we're not working with any modular tools right now. But if we did and we want to increase the snapping range, I could turn snapping back on, and right next to the icon is the snap sizes. So I can have it snap every 1 meter. So now if I move this chair, it will snap once and snap twice, and now I know that I moved it exactly 2 meters to the right. I'm going to turn this off for now. Now coming back here, I can bring up the rotation gizmo by pressing on the rotation icon right here. So this gizmo looks a little bit different. It's also self-explanatory. You can go in the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. And what's interesting right now is that snapping is turned on for rotation, so it's snapping every 10 degrees. You could probably guess that it's right up here. We can turn it off by clicking on this icon. Now we have smooth snapping enabled. To scale, we come up to the third button in this list and click it to bring up the scale gizmo. And as we scale this up and down, you'll see it's snapping. As you could probably guess, you could turn off snapping by clicking on the icon in the top right here. And now we have smooth scaling. So one thing I noticed is that this chair is hovering a bit off the ground. So I can't come in here and drag this down and try to get it exact. Or the shortcut, I could press the N key and I'll just snap whatever object I have selected down into the ground. It's a little bit cumbersome to have to go up here and click on these buttons each time I want to change my gizmo. The shortcuts for these are W, E, and R. So if I want to move this, I could just hit W and then I get the move gizmo, E to get the rotation gizmo, and R to get the scale gizmo. So again, it's W for move, E for rotation, and R for scale. It's pretty cool. And I pretty much always use these shortcuts. I never use the menu up here. So I want to get the chair back to its original position, but I think I'm at the point of no return with this messy chair. So what I will do is select it and hit the delete key to delete it. And now I'm going to go into starter content, go down into props, and drag out a new chair. I can just position it with the move gizmo. And here's a tip. You'll notice in between these arrows, we get a little square. If I select these squares, it will move it only along these axes. So it's only going to move it on the y-axis and the x-axis, and not move it up and down on the z-axis. So I'm going to grab the square, move that into position, hit E to bring up the rotation, and rotate it in like that. So that's one way to get assets into your level, is to just drag it from the content browser, or we can duplicate already existing assets. So I'm hit delete, and with this chair selected, if you hit Control W, that will create a new copy of that chair in its place. So we don't see it right now because both the chairs are overlapping. If I grab this y-axis and drag it out, you'll see that the chair did duplicate, and now we have a new one. Another way of duplicating is to hold down the Alt key and make sure you have the Move gizmo up. So holding down Alt, you can drag out a new copy and let go. So using Alt is a quicker way, in my opinion, to get. So now is a good time to actually create a small level and bring in more assets. So I want to delete all 3 of these chairs right here. Now I could click on each one, hit delete, click on it, hit delete, click on it, hit delete. Or if I hit Control Z to bring these chairs back, I can select all of them at once. To select multiple objects, make sure you hold Control down and click. So holding Control, click, holding Control, click. Now with all 3 of these selected, I can hit delete and they're gone. So I want to make a copy of this table. I'm going to hold down Alt, drag it out to make a copy, and I want to elongate this copy, so I'm going to press R, scale it in the x-axis, and hit E to just rotate it. That's how it's pointing in the right direction. And I want to delete this statue by clicking on it, hitting delete. And I want to copy some chairs across this long table. So what I will do is hold down Control, select this chair, hold down Control, select this chair. Now holding down Alt, I will drag out multiple chairs. And now I think that I can use a really long couch right here. So going into starter content, props, I see I have a SM_couch. Drag this out. Hit the E key, rotate this. And now my scene is looking a little bit better. What I also want to do is have some ground lamps, like torches, on the corners here. I can do that by dragging out a lamp. And we'll notice it's in the wrong direction. I want to rotate this 180 degrees. Now I can hit E, rotate this, and try to get it close to 180 degrees. Or I could get it exact by turning on snapping and rotating this until it says 180 degrees. And with this selected, instead of moving it down and trying to guess when it hits the floor, I can hit end and snap that lamp to the floor like that. So in the corner here, I'm going to scale it up, hit Alt, and move it. Okay, so now we just made our first scene in Unreal Engine. Granted, our first scene doesn't look too hot right now. It's pretty bad. And also, if we zoom in, you'll notice the statue we deleted has some leftover shadows. We can tell that because on the top right here, you'll see this big red text that says lighting needs to be rebuilt. That's because all of these objects actually have no lighting or no baked lighting on them. To fix this and get rid of that shadow and get rid of this warning, I can press build up here. So I'm just going to press build. And this will actually go through and calculate where the light should be in this scene. Now we can see our level looks really nice. The warning at the top left here is gone. And the shadows have been fixed. And not only have they been fixed, but we get new shadows on these chairs. So if you select this chair and press H to hide it, you can see it leaves behind a shadow pattern. If you want to unhide it, hold Control and hit H. So I know you were probably a bit confused right there at the end when we started going over lighting. Do not worry. The Unreal lighting section will go over everything you need to know about lighting and bake lighting. But for now, we first need to go over materials. Before we can go over materials, let's organize our content browser and also create a new level. To do so, I'm going to go up a bit to content. And within the root folder, I'm going to right click, come up to new folder, click that, and I'm going to call this my stuff. We double click to go inside of it, and it's empty. So to create a new level, you come up here to file, click on new level, and now we have a selection of different templates. I'm just going to click on the default template. So now we made our first level. The only issue is that it's not saved anywhere. To save a level, hit Control S. And I'm going to save this in my stuff and give it the name first level and hit save. Now we just created a new level, and this new level is located in our content browser under the folder my stuff. Now that we have a level, let's place a material on this floor. Luckily, the starter content has a bunch of materials for us to choose from. Go to starter content. Then I'm going to go into materials. To drag a material onto this floor, it's just like dragging an actor from the place actors. So hold down left click to drag an actor into our world. Likewise, hold down left mouse button and drag a material onto our plane. And now we have grass on our floor. We also have a selection of different materials, so we can add cobblestone, rust, and moss. But I'm going to stick with grass for now. I noticed that this grass is way too dark. So what I will do is come up to lit, go down here, and I see game settings is unchecked and EV100 is set to 1. I'm going to bring that down to 0 just to brighten my screen. There we go. Much better. Another thing I will do in this level right now is add some objects. That's how we have a place to put our materials on and see how it functions in an actual level. To do that, I'll go starter content, I go to props, and I'm going to drag in matte preview mesh. So drag it in, and immediately I notice it's too big. So I'm going to hit R and scale that down. I'm also going to move it a bit into the middle. And another thing I'm going to add are 3 spears. So in my place actors tab, I'm going to drag in a spear, move that up, hold down Alt, drag it out, and hold down Alt again to drag out another spear. So we're going to have 3 spears here. These will be used to showcase how reflections work in Unreal Engine in a bit. And now I think I'm ready to start materials. So at this point, Unreal can seem a lot harder than it actually is. What I will say is, do not worry. We will go through everything step by step. And if you're ever confused, just go back, rewatch that section, and when you feel comfortable with it, jump to wherever you left off at. So with that being said, let's create our first material. To create a new material, I'm going to come out to content, go into my stuff, and in any of the blank spaces, I can right click and under create basic assets, select material. Or I can go to add new and click on material here. We can name this material. I'm going to call this first material. And double clicking on it will bring up the material graph editor. So right now the window is floating in space. If I want to dock this to Unreal Engine, I can just hold down left mouse button on the tab and move it up here. So now I have 2 tabs, my level tab and my material tab. In the middle we have the graph editor. By right click and holding my mouse, we can pan around, and using the scroll wheel we can zoom in or zoom out and zoom in. To the left of that we have a preview window for our material. It's black right now because we don't have anything going into these outputs. Below that, we have the details panel. It functions similar to the details panel in our level editor. This is context sensitive. So if we have something selected in the graph, it will show up here. And to the right, we have the palette. This is a collection of all the nodes Unreal Engine has. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to take all these nodes, mix them together, and output them to this section right here. And that will actually create the material. The way you add a node to the graph is you just drag it into the graph editor and let go. I don't want hard light in there, so I'm going to hit delete. But what I do want is a color. We can get the color node by coming down here, and the node is called constant 3 vector. So if I left click, drag this into my graph and let go, I now have a color node in my graph. If I double click on this color node, I get the color picker. And if I move the dot around, you'll notice right here that the color is not changing. That's because our value is right now set to 0. To bring our value up, I can come up to the left bar and drag these arrows up all the way. So now when I move my dot around in the picker, I'm actually able to select colors now. So I'm going to go to orange and hit OK. Also, I didn't have to double click on this node to bring up the color picker. I could have made sure that the node is selected and go down to details, and here I get all the same properties that I can edit. So to actually hook up this node and bring it into my material, I have to hover over this circle with the arrow icon and left mouse button hold. I will drag out a wire, and with this wire I'm going to hover over base color and let go my mouse button. What this is doing is it's feeding the color into my material output. And now if you look at the preview, you'll see that we have a material with the color we selected on it. Let's see what this material actually looks like in our level. I'm going to click on the first level tab. And within here, I'm going to go down to my content browser, find my material. Remember, we named it first material. And I'm going to drag it onto my sphere. And you'll notice it's this weird square pattern. That's the default material. And that's because we didn't compile our material yet. In order to see our material in our level, I have to come over to first material and hit apply. This will compile our material, and if we go back to our level, we'll see our material color is there. If I go back to first material and if I change the color, let's say blue, go back to my first level, and that change isn't shown. For this material to change and apply to all the materials in my world, I have to press apply. Now the material is blue. I don't like that. I'm going to go back to my material, change the color back to orangey red. And now on to roughness. Right now, this is half roughness. So if I want to make this more rough, I have to increase the value here. To do that, I need a constant 1 vector. So in the palette, I'll come down here, find where it says constant, drag it in, and now I have a single scalar value, and I can set this from 0 to 1 and drag this into roughness. Now we have a material that's completely rough, and if I set this to 0, now we have a material with no roughness. So hitting apply, we can see a really shiny material now. Also, we can change how metallic our material is by adding in another scalar value by coming into the palette, dragging in constant, or if I hit delete, I can just Control W and it will copy whatever nodes I have selected. So if I drag this scalar value of 0 into metallic, you'll notice no change. That's because by default, metallic is set to 0. If we bring this up to 1, now we have full metallic. We get a really weird gold-like substance. Okay, so this is called physically base rendering, or PBR for short, and it's essentially how metallic and roughness values interact with each other, and it's what Unreal's entire material system is based off of. So I have opened up another project right now that will explain the differences. So in this project, you can see that all I have is a sphere, and this sphere has a metallic and roughness sliders. Roughness is right now set to 0.5. That is default. Metallic is right now set to 0. That is also default. So if we don't put any nodes into those slots in our material, these are what Unreal Engine will default to. As you can see, when I drag my roughness up, it gets rougher and it loses that shine. As I drag it down, it gets shinier and shinier and shinier until it's squeaky, glossy, clean, and we can actually see the world being reflected in our sphere. Likewise, if I drag metallicness up, we will get a more metal ball until we get gold-like. If I drag it down, it's going to be 0. So both metallic and roughness operate from a 0 to 1 scale. If I go above 1 or if I go below 0, the values will just clamp down. So -1 will just be 0, and 1,000 or 1,000,000 will still just be 1. Also, another important thing to note is very rarely will we ever see a metallic value that's in between 0 and 1. It will always almost be 0, or it will always be 1. It's either or. So our material looks fine and all, but there's one issue, and that is everything is uniform. The base color is uniform, the roughness and metallic are, and this just isn't realistic. Since in real life, materials always have a breakup to them. There's always variation, and this is where textures come in handy, and is why they're so powerful, is because they will allow us to give that variation for the color, the roughness, and the metallic values. Back in Unreal Engine, what I want to do now is add a texture to drive the roughness of my material. I already know that there's a good texture in the starter content, so I'll go to Content, Starter Content, Textures, and down here in Textures, I want to use the Perlin noise. Now, I've noticed that I must have accidentally clicked out of my material. No worries, I don't have to navigate to materials within Content Browser to open it up. I can simply click on my asset, and then in the details panel, I have quick access to all the materials that are currently on this object. And I can see first material is right there, so I can double click on it to open it up. Now that I'm in my graph editor, I want to change metallic from 1 to 0. Remember, very rarely will you get a metallic that's in between 1 or 0. It's either 0 or 1. In my case, I'm just going to keep it at 0 for now for no metallic. I'm going to come back to my content browser, and to get Perlin noise into my material, I can left mouse button hold, and instead of dragging it into my level, I want to drag it into my material tab, switch over, and drag it down into my graph and let go. Unreal is smart enough to set up this material with all the correct details. So I have the correct texture, and I also have the correct sampler type. Now that my texture is in, I'm going to drag out from the RGB and roughness, or I can also drag out from R, G, or B individually. It really doesn't matter for a black and white texture. And then I'm going to hit apply, and now in my level, we can see that we have a really nice looking rough material that already feels a lot more realistic. So we can see areas of intense shine, but also areas of intense roughness. And that creates a nice breakup, like almost like this material has been through a lot. It's been baking in the sun, and it's been touched by a lot of people, so it's gotten dirty. We can take our material a bit further and add in dirt. So wherever there is a patch of roughness, there'll also be dirt. So to do that, I'll just do the same thing I did with the Perlin noise, and that is drag it up into the material and then drag it down and let go. And Unreal Engine automatically set up everything correctly. So to actually use our Perlin noise to drive the dirt and the color, I will use a linear interpolation node. I could come here and type in lerp to bring it up, or I can right click and that'll also bring up a palette and type in lerp to bring up linear interpolate. So I'm going to click here and add it in. Now I'm going to connect orange to A and dirt to B. And I'm going to come down here to our Perlin noise and drag this into alpha. So what is happening is that wherever there's black spots, the orange will show, and wherever there's white spots, the dirt will show. And I'll take the output of all of these and put this in a base color and hit apply. So now we have a nice shiny orange material, but also on top of that we have a layer of dirt. So it's almost like this material has been outside for a long time and has been kicked around. Before we can continue our journey into Unreal Engine, we first have to download some free assets I made that will help us learn how to import objects and textures into Unreal, how to create 3D assets, and this will also be the same assets we will use for the last ending landscape. So to do so, you want to head to Gumroad. There will be a link in the description, so make sure you check that out. Once you're in Gumroad, under name a fair price, just put 0. I'm not asking for money. And then click on add to cart. And once you have that, it's going to ask you for your email. And from there, you can download it. If you don't want to use Gumroad, if you just want a direct link to the assets, you can come down here and there will be a here link if you click on this. So it will bring you to a mega upload of the files. Once we have the file downloaded, I just dragged it into my desktop. And now within the downloaded file, if I click into it, we'll see an Unreal Engine project that we will open now. This Unreal project contains some assets we want to port over to our first project. Now, the assets I want right now are lighting examples. To take this folder and bring it into my first project, all I have to do is right click on the folder I want to move over, go to Migrate, click OK, and then navigate to my first project. So I'm going to go Desktop, First Project, and then Content, and click on Select Folder. Make sure you select the Content folder. So if I go into First Level now, within my Content browser, I'll see a folder called Line Examples that contains all the assets in my original project. So what Migration literally did was that it took this file and copied and pasted it over into my first project. So that's how you move assets in between projects. So to summarize what we just did, if you want to take some assets and bring them from one Unreal Engine project to another, you have to highlight those assets, right click, and use the migration tool. Then you want to direct it to the project you want to import the assets into and make sure you pick the content folder. Now that all of that is out of the way, let's go over how we can use some of the textures we downloaded to create an advanced material in Unreal Engine. Before we start importing textures, I just want to organize my content browser a bit. So in Content, My Stuff, I'm going to right click in an empty space, hit New Folder, and let's call this Maps. Do it again, right click, New Folder, Materials, then right click, New Folder, Textures. I can select multiple assets by holding Control. So I'm going to click on the level and the level's build data registry and drag this into Maps and click Move here. I'm going to do the same with Materials, drag that into Materials and click Move here. Now let's import our materials. I will be using the Spanish pavement textures within the beginner assets folder. So I will select base color, normal, and roughness. And to import, all you have to do is drag it in. That's it. And Unreal Engine is also smart enough to do some of the setup. So if we open up our normal map, we will see Unreal Engine already knew it was a normal map, so it checked it there. And it also unchecked the sRGB. If we go into base color, all the settings are the same, and make sure sRGB is set to true because this is a color. And within roughness, sRGB is set to true. We actually don't want this. The only time sRGB should be set to true is when you're working with a color. So I'm going to uncheck that. On to creating the Spanish pavement material. I'm going to head out to My Stuff, Materials, right click, New Material, and of course I'm going to name this Spanish Pavement. And open it up. So to actually get the textures in, we could do what we did beforehand, and that is go out here to Textures, select all of these, and then drag them in and drop them. And Unreal will automatically set up everything up for us, but I think it's a good exercise to just set them up normally without dragging them in. To do that, I'm going to right click to bring up my palette and type in Texture Sample and select that. So it automatically picked base color for us. That's because within first level, we have base color selected. So that's a neat trick that Unreal does. But if we didn't have base colors selected, I would come under here and in this drop down type in Spanish Pavement and select base color manually. So I'm going to duplicate this to bring out the roughness. So come down here, Spanish Pavement, and I'm going to select Spanish Pavement Roughness. And automatically Unreal switched our sampler type from color to linear color. I'm going to do the same with my normal map. So Control W to copy a node. Come back here to the texture, click on it and select normal. And Unreal changed the sampler type from linear color to normal. I'm going to connect these up now to the material input. So go to RGB, drag this into base color, drag our roughness into roughness. And before I add my normal map in, I'd like to just show you guys what this texture looks like without the normal map and then what it looks like with the normal map. So I'm going to hit apply. And in our first level, I'm going to go drag our material into our floor. So wait for the shaders to compile. And now we have our material on the floor. And as you can already see, we get a nice roughness to it. So the crevices of this material have no roughness or have very little roughness, while the peaks of it have more roughness. So we get a nice texture feel. But there's one glaring issue, and that is this doesn't feel like actual pavement. It doesn't feel like the pavement is sticking out of the floor because we get no shadow information. It's more like someone got a wall poster and just plastered it on the ground. And that's where normal maps come in so handy. Normal maps allow us to fake depth. So back in Spanish Pavement, if I grab my normal map, bring this into the normal channel, hit apply, go back to the level, and immediately we notice such a difference. Now there's actual depth to our texture and we didn't waste any memory on extra vertices. All we did was add a normal map. And it looks amazing. So that is it. That is the majority of material creation. A good material, all it needs is a color map, a normal map, a roughness map, and maybe a metallic map if it needs it. What dictates a good material from a bad material are the textures, not the actual material process. Now we can add some fancier things to it, like we're going to add a color tint, and we're also add the ability to size our material. But other than that, materials can be really simple. Complicating it is just an issue of whether or not you want to or not. So to illustrate that point again, back in Unreal, here in the material graph, take a good look at this material. That is all. That is 90% of materials. With such a simple graph, we're able to get such a detailed and complex material that looks photorealistic with nice reflections, nice shadows, and a photorealistic base color. The hard part is actually finding textures and creating textures. So now that you know how 90% of materials are made in Unreal Engine, let's actually adjust the size and add a bit of color tint. To do that, I'm going to right click and bring in a texture coordinate node. And then I'm going to add a multiply node. So with this multiply node, I'm going to add a constant scalar vector and change the value to 1. Add this there, here, and connect it up. Make sure this output is being put into the texture samples UV. And now, with this node, we can adjust the size of our texture. So pay attention to the spear. If I make this from 1 to 10, we'll see our texture tiled a lot more. And if I change this from 10 to 0.1, our texture is a lot bigger. It's so big now, all we get is 2 tiles. So I'm going to put this as 0.5 and hit apply. Go to first level. And now my texture has, in my opinion, a better scale to it. It was feeling a bit too small beforehand. Let's go ahead and give us some more control by adding a color tint. To do that, I'll come to Spanish Pavement. And I'm going to add in another multiply node. I could do that by right clicking and typing multiply, or shortcut, I can hold down M and left click. And I'll bring up a multiply node automatically. So take the RGB out, put it into the B, and now I'm going to add a color node. I could, again, come to constant 3 vector and drag one out, or I could hold down 3 and left click to bring that in. So with this selected, I'm going to come down to constant and leave it as white for default. So let me drag this into here and drag this into base color. Hit apply. And there's no change right now because, again, white is the default. So we're timesing all the texture channels by 1, which just gets itself. If I actually want to give it a tint now, let's make it more red in the channel. I can drag this dot over, add some pink to it, and now hit apply. This texture is a really gross blood red. I don't want that, so I'm going to come back here and change that to white. So we just added some customization to our material and it's pretty good, but the only issue is that this is a pretty bad workflow. Whenever I change the scale or change the color, I have to wait for my material to compile, and this could take seconds, but on a larger, more complicated material, this can take minutes. And this is where material instances come in handy, is that an instance of this material will allow us to change these parameters, scale, and change the color in real time, and we don't have to compile. So we can create a material instance by going to where our material is. Real quickly, I'm going to press apply. And now the red is gone. By going to our material, right clicking on it, and going up here and pressing create material instance. And we'll just leave it at the default name, hit enter. So now instead of dragging in our material, we will drag in the instance of our material. And if we open this material up, we'll see there's nothing here. There are no properties for us to change. That's because we need to tell Unreal Engine exactly what properties I want to be able to change in real time. So to do that, we have to create variable instances or parameters. You can right click on anything within the graph and click on convert to parameter. And we're going to give this a name color. And I also want to shoot up the size here and allow me to edit that in my instance. So I'm going to right click on this, go to convert to parameter and call this size, and hit apply. Now, if I open up my material instance, we can see that both the color and the size are present, and we can edit these by hitting the check mark right here. So checking both of these, and I can drag my mouse across here and in real time change the size of my material and change the color of my material. And that's why material instances are so powerful, is that they give us a new workflow for us to work with. And by not docking my material instance to the tabs up here, but instead having it float in front of my level, the changes I make can be viewed in real time in my level. Obviously, this new color I changed it to is really gross, so I'm just going to leave everything at default for now. So there, and put this at 0.5. Now, there's something else we can do to give us a little bit more customization over our material, and that is add a new parameter that will allow us to change how powerful our normal map is. So our normal map strength slider. To do that, I'm going to get out, go back into Spanish payment, and right click and look up a new node called flatten normals. There we go. I'm going to drag RGB into the normal input and create a new variable, rename this, convert to parameter, and call this variable normal strength. Keep it at 0 since that's default. That indicates that there's no change to the normal map. And drag this into flatness. Drag the output of these two into normal. And hit apply. Now if I go back here and bring up my Spanish payment instance, I have a new slider called normal strength. Going to activate that. And if I increase it, we see my strength goes away and now it's flat again. And if I decrease it, my normal map will get stronger and stronger and stronger. So now it's really rough. Almost like it's been through a war zone. But I'm also going to just leave this as its default at 0. So let's take our current material now and let's change that into a master material. And what a master material will allow us to do is create new materials without ever having to touch the graph editor. So we're only going to be creating materials through instancing. And I know this can sound a bit complicated, but bottom line is we're going to create one material to rule them all that will be able to fit 90% of all materials. So going back into Unreal, I will exit out of the material instance and open up Spanish payment. Actually, I'm going to go rename this. Rename to master material. Because this isn't just Spanish payment. Other materials will be made from it. So now within the master material, I can right click on these textures and click on convert to parameter. Call this color. And I'm going to rename the color up here to color tint. That's so I don't get confused. Right click here, convert to parameter. We'll call this roughness. Right click, convert to parameter, normal. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the size from 0.5 to 1. That's because if these aren't connected to begin with, they'll just be 1, and we want that to be our default. We don't want to change it always back to 1. So I'm just going to keep it to 1 for now and hit apply. So now within first level, if we open up our Spanish payment inst, we can see we have 3 new parameters, and that is swappable textures. It's pretty hard to call this a complete master material without any slot for metal. So to add metal, I'm going to come here to master material and then click on roughness and hit Control W to duplicate that and change this from roughness to metallic. And I'm going to go move all of this down to make room for a metallic area. Bring this back here, connect it up, and connect this to our metallic. So big learning issue. Now our Spanish payment is metallic. And we don't want that. We want to switch. That's how some materials have a metallic map and some materials don't. To do that, I will use a switch parameter node. So switch, static switch parameter. And I'm going to call this is metallic, question mark. So if it is metallic, I want to use this metallic map. If it's not, I want to use 0, which is what Unreal Engine is by default. And drag this into metallic. And by default, I want this set to false, and it's already set to false down here. So I will hit apply. And back in Spanish payment inst, we'll see we have a new parameter, is metallic, which is a Boolean. Activate it. And then if I click yes, it is metallic, a new map will show that will allow us to input any metallic maps if we do have it. So I'm going to keep this deactivated for now. And that's it. Now we have a fairly complete master material. We can go through this and add even more customization, but for the purposes of this tutorial, this is enough you need to know for now. Alright, so that concludes the ending to the material section. But before we jump into importing 3D assets, I need to go over something very important that almost no beginner tutorials mention, and that is there are two types of normal maps. You have DirectX normal maps, and then you have OpenGL normal maps. And which stinks is that they're both pretty similar. They look exactly alike, but they are different. So Unreal uses DirectX, while Blender uses OpenGL. And you can tell that you're using an OpenGL normal map within Unreal if all the shadows and lights are flipped. So where there should be shadows, there's actually light, and where there's light, there should be shadows. So I have opened up right now another project where I'm going to jump in and show you how to fix this issue if you ever do come across it. To do so, you want to find the normal map that's OpenGL and causing all the issues. We can actually see the issues within this project. We have a light that is located right here. And you can see that there's shadows in the direction of the light. These shadows should be on the other side of the brick, not on this side. So again, to convert, go into whatever normal map is causing the issue. And within textures, click on the arrow to drop down advanced options, and in advanced, click on flip green channel, and then save. Now, we see that the shadows are on the correct side of the brick, and the top sides of the brick are getting that nice brightness to them. So before we go into how to import 3D assets, let's go over the anatomy of a 3D asset. So this is really important. In Unreal, 3D assets are called static meshes, and static meshes normally have a default material assigned to it. Also, sometimes it can have more than one material assigned to it. And this default material will be associated with all the normal maps and all the base color, roughness, and metallic maps that we have already gone over. So let's import a 3D asset into Unreal. Before I can do that, I'm going to create a new folder and name this static meshes. Go into this, and within our downloaded content, I want woodencrate.fbx. Drag this in a content browser, let go. And I'm going to keep everything default, so click reset to default, except I'm going to change create material to do not create material, and uncheck import textures. Click import, and sometimes we'll get this warning, no smoothing group information was found. This is fine. So hit X. And now if I drag this in, I have a nice 3D asset. And you'll notice this weird material on it, this grid. That is just the world grid material, which is Unreal's default material, since we have yet to assign a material to this static mesh. Let's create a material for this, but before we can do that, we have to import our textures. So let's go to textures, back to the downloads folder, and select wooden crate base color, metallic, normal, and roughness. Ignore the image that says metallic roughness occlusion. I'll get to that in a bit. Drag it in, let go. And we have our files in. Don't forget to double check that all the settings here are correct. So within base color, sRGB is turned on. We want that. Within normal, sRGB is turned off and compression setting is set to normal. We want that. In our metallic, since this is in color, we have to uncheck sRGB and do the same for roughness. Uncheck sRGB. Everything looks right, so I'm going to go save all assets by clicking on the save all button and click save. Let's actually now create our material. So I'm going to go materials, and I notice I don't actually have to create a material. I can just use the material instance of our master material and save time. So I can essentially create a material without ever having to touch the material graph. So I will right click on my master material, go to create material instance, and I'll call this a wooden crate. Mat. If I can actually spell crate, enter. Double click to go inside of it, and I will hit all of these, make sure these are all activated, and drag in the correct textures. So I will navigate to textures, bring this back here, scroll down, add wooden crate to color, wooden crate normal to normal, roughness to roughness, and remember we don't have any metallic maps because we need to activate it up here. So make sure metallic is set to true, and we get a metallic map. We click metallic and add it in. The metallic map is just there to give our wooden crate some metal nails sticking out. And hit save. Instead of going through the materials and trying to search for whatever material we have open, we can also click on the browse button, and that will automatically jump our content browser to that asset's location. So I have a wooden crate mat. I can drag it onto my box, and we have just successfully made a 3D asset. What is cool is that when creating our asset, we didn't have to touch the material graph editor, saving us time. To make this asset truly complete, let's link the static mesh permanently to our material. To do that, we have to open up the wooden crate static mesh. I can come here and double click on it. And now within the wooden crate static mesh editor, I can drag wooden crate material onto this. And now it is permanently connected to that static mesh. So I click save, go out, and go to where my static mesh is, and I can drag in as many boxes as I want, rotate them, scale them, make small boxes, big boxes, medium-sized boxes, long boxes, any boxes you can think of. Well, there you go. It's just like any 3D asset that was already within Unreal Engine. So that is one way to go about creating your material. Another way people go about and create materials, and this is used a lot in video games to save memory, is that they take the roughness map and the metallic map and they combine them into one texture using the separate RGB values or RGB channels. And now I know that just sounded really confusing, taking two textures and making them into one. But it could be really helpful if you want to save time or just save on memory space. So I think it's important to go over and show everyone what that entails. Back in the texture folder, I'm going to import the texture that I skipped beforehand, called wooden crate _ metallic roughness occlusion. Drag it in, and if we open this up, we get another funky blue looking texture. Each channel is its own individual texture. So we can actually isolate in Unreal and view each channel independently of the others by going to View, If I want to see red, I can turn off green and turn off the blue channel. And now you can see there's the metallic channel. If I want to see roughness, I'm going to go to the green channel. So uncheck red and then check green. And now we have the roughness map. And I can uncheck green and check blue. And we have an ambient occlusion map just in case if we need it. Also, again, this is technically not colored. This is a collection of linear grayscale maps. So we want to uncheck sRGB. Let's create a new material so you know how to work with this texture. So go to first levels, back to materials, right click and create new material. We're going to call this wooden crates. Go into this and we're going to set it up the traditional way. We go to textures and all we need is the base color, the pack texture, and the normal. We don't need metallic or roughness because again, these two texture maps are being slammed together into one texture, which is the packed one. And I'm going to drag this in and hook up RGB to base color, normal map to normal. And now for this, we can select individual channels. So the green channel is roughness, the red channel is metallic, and the blue channel is ambient occlusion if we really want to. I'll just add it in for now. And you can see with just one texture, we can get the functionality of 3 textures. And not only does this save time, but this also saves a lot of memory. So you'll see this happen in a lot of video games. Although if you're going for visual fidelity like in the movie industry or architecture, you won't see this too often. You'll just see the individual texture maps because they can be easier to work with when you're actually creating the textures. So I'm going to hit apply, go to first level and go back to materials. Apply this to one of the crates. Let's apply to the small crate. And we can see there's virtually no difference. Before jumping into lighting, let's go over how reflections work in Unreal and also how the post-process volume works. So post-process volume is cool because it allows us to get color grading effects and really take our scene to the next level. And reflections in Unreal can be a little bit tricky because they aren't real reflections. Now, we can get real ray trace reflections in Unreal by using RTX and ray tracing, but the vast majority of people don't have RTX cards yet, so I'll save that tutorial for another day. So jumping back into Unreal Engine, let's add some reflective materials to our scene. That's how we can actually demonstrate how reflections work. Luckily, starter content comes with a bunch of reflective materials. So I'm going to starter content, materials, and I'm going to add the burnished steel to the left ball, chrome to the middle ball, and create a mirror material for the rightmost ball. So right click, material, mirror ball, go into this, hold down 3 and left click to add in color. Double click this, I'm gonna make this pure white. Connect this in a base color, hold down 1 and left click to add a scalar value. And I'm gonna switch this to 1 and connect it to metallic. So our material is pure metallic, and make our material have 0 roughness. I'm gonna hold down 1, left click, and connect that into roughness. And now we have a fairly reflective, now we have a pure reflective material. I'm gonna hit apply, save, get out of this, and apply my mirror ball to the rightmost one. So now we have 3 pretty good reflective materials. Right away we notice an issue with our reflection, and I'm glad Unreal did this because it helps demonstrate how reflections work. And that is, we can see some grass in our reflections. And if we look around, the floor isn't made of grass. So where is this grass coming from? Also, we'll see that as we back out and as we go back in, it's transitioning from grass to pavement. This is because 2 reflection methods are right now fighting with each other. We have a spear reflection capture, and we also have screen space reflection. So for now, I just want to talk about spear reflection captures. And to help illustrate what that is, I'm going to deactivate screen space reflection for now. To deactivate screen space reflections, we need to use a post-process volume. So in place actors, I'm going to type in post and drag in a post-process volume. And it just moved it really far away for some reason, so I'm going to drag it back in here. And I want the post-process volume, this square, to encompass my entire level. I want it to encompass my entire level. That's how it's always affecting my camera. Since the options we choose within a post-process volume will only work if we're inside of the post-process volume. So now within the post-process volume, in the details panel, I'm going to come down and then under screen space reflections, I'm going to click on intensity and set it down to 0 to turn off screen space reflections. And I'm going to get a better view. That's how you can see what's happening. I'm going to hit 0. We don't see any of our Spanish pavement now, so I know for a fact that the only reflection that is being used by these 3 spears is the reflection capture in my scene. And if I look around, there are no other reflection captures. So what the reflection capture does is that it literally takes a photo, a 360-degree photo of where it's located. And once it takes that photo, it projects it onto all the textures. And that's why right now, our spears are reflecting grass, because our floor, if you remember, was originally grass, and that's when it took the photo. Now it doesn't know that the floor is pavement because it hasn't taken another photo yet. So to take photos in Unreal, what you want to do is come up here to the build, and in the drop down of the arrow, click on Build Reflection Capture. Now our reflection capture just built, and our reflection is somewhat correct now. At least we're not getting the grass anymore. We can see that we're getting the pavement, but also we can see the 3 spears within our reflection capture. We can get rid of these 3 spears by adding in a new reflection capture that will only affect this individual spear. To do so, I'm going to come to Place Actors, type in Reflection, and drag in a spear reflection capture and position it inside of the spear. That's how it takes a picture inside of it. I'm going to decrease the radius to 100. And we notice some issues. We can probably fix that by rebuilding our reflection captures. So it takes that photo again. And now if we look at it, we have a nice, accurate reflection of the world within our mirror ball. And what's happening is that this smaller reflection capture is going to override this larger reflection capture, since it knows the smaller one will be more accurate to the individual objects it wants to affect. What I will do now is copy that reflection and add it to the other spears. So going inside, click on the reflection, hold down Alt, drag it into that one, hold down Alt, drag it into that one. That's how all 3 of these have physically accurate reflections. And I'm going to rebuild them. Okay. Reflections are looking nice on all 3 balls. Also on the left here, we have a box reflection capture and a planar reflection capture. Let me delete both of these. So box reflection capture is good for boxy rooms, like for architectural visualization. And planar reflections is great for flat reflective surfaces like water. And we're actually going to use one at the very end on the creek water. We have spear reflections down now. I'm going to go bring back screen space reflections and just explain what's doing it. So I'm going to click on the post-process volume. And then under screen space reflection, under rendering features, I'm going to bring that back up to 100. And now we get some nice screen space reflections. And what screen space reflections are doing is that it's taking the renders of whatever is around that reflection and literally just copy and pasting it onto the reflection again. So that's how we can get some of that nice Fresnel effect around here, where we can see some of the clouds as the sphere gets more angled. So screen space reflections are amazing, and they're especially good when you combine them with reflection captures. So that's how, if Unreal doesn't know what to take for a screen space reflection, it will always default to that reflection capture. While we're on the topic, let's talk about the post-process volume. And the post-process volume is pretty cool. It allows us to add color grading. So if you're used to DaVinci Resolve, you know immediately what that is. And it also allows us to add some cool effects. For example, I can increase the bloom and really blow out my scene. So we go intensity, bring this up. Now we have a really glazy scene. I can also come down here and increase the slope and toe if you really want to give it a more cinematic, contrasty feel. Also, we can color grade it just like any other color grading you've ever done. So like, I could go to global, and within saturation, I'll get this wheel. Very similar. This is very similar to how DaVinci Resolve works. And I could bring down the 1 to a 0 to get a black and white effect. And you'll notice as I leave the post-process volume, it goes back to normal. And when I enter, all those effects are applied. So that's great. We can control where in the level we want these effects to apply. But the only issue is that what if we have a post-process volume and we want it to affect the entire level, and we don't want to go through the process of scaling up the post-process volume to make sure it encompasses that level? Well, that's fine. Unreal has an option called Infinite Extent Unbound. And if I check this, now the post-process volume is affecting my entire level and not just the area it encompasses. So there is a bunch of settings in the post-process volume. I'm not going to explain each one. You can experiment, see which ones you like, or just dial back each of the sliders and see how it affects your world. But for now, I'm going to delete it and explain the best use case for a post-process volume, and that is controlling our exposure without having to come up here to lit and manually changing the exposure settings here. So I'm going to re-add the post-process volume, add it in, come down here and make sure Infinite Extent Unbound is checked. So the exposure settings we change right here will only affect us, the editors. The actual player will still get that exposure, and with a post-process volume, we can turn off that exposure and fine-tune it so that the player can also see it. So under lens and exposure, we have a bunch of exposure settings. I'm not going to go over each one. There's a methodology to it. So if you're used to using physical cameras in real life, a lot of the settings will be exactly the same, so you can get physically accurate shots. But for now, the three essential sliders here are min brightness, max brightness, and exposure compensation. So if I take min brightness to 1 and max brightness to 1, we aren't noticing any change right now, and that's because our viewport is overriding whatever changes are in the post-process volume. So I want to bring back game setting exposure by making sure this is set. There we go. So now when we adjust these, we will see the effect take place within the level. Again, I'm going to put these both back to 1 and come up to exposure compensation. And here we get a new slider that will allow us to pick our exposure, and the player will also see whatever changes we make. So in Unreal, lighting can mainly be divided into two main categories. You have your static lighting and you have your mobile lighting. Now, the main difference between the two, and the most obvious one, is that one is stationary, it can't move, and the other is movable, so it can move. Now, you might be wondering, why would we ever use stationary lights? Well, static lights have the benefit of being able to emulate global illumination or bounce lighting. Now, this global illumination, this bounce lighting, isn't rendered in real time. Instead, what happens is that before the player ever sets foot on our level, Unreal bakes out all the textures. Unreal calculates all the light photons bouncing around and puts that information into a texture called a light map. And this light map is overlaid on our entire level that then gives the appearance of shadows or light bounce being there, even though the light isn't actually being bounced around. So to demonstrate that, to better illustrate what I mean when I talk about global illumination and bounce light, let's head over to our downloaded content. So go to lighting examples, and under lighting examples, go to maps and click on light bounce. This will bring up a really simple scene that I created. And you'll notice in the middle, all we have is one light and a bunch of objects. This light is set to static. I know it's set to static since under details, mobility, static is checked on. And if I zoom in here, you'll see that our shadow is pitch black. That indicates that there's only one bounce of light, and this is unrealistic. Since in real life, the shadow would be more of a gray, or it would be more illuminated, since a light ray would be shot from this light, it would hit the wall, and once it hit the wall, it would shoot back, it would bounce out, and then it would hit the shadow and illuminate the shadow. Also, you'll notice that we get some words here, some letters. You probably can't read it right now since it's flipped, but it says preview. This is just Unreal saying, hey, don't forget, your light right now is set to static, so make sure you build the light to actually see what it looks like. So let's build the lighting. And before we build it, I'd like to explain that when you build lighting, what Unreal is doing is it's going through all the lights and it's calculating photons. So sometimes a build can take a while. It can even take up to a day or a couple of hours. In our case, within this small scene, it should only take about a couple seconds. So I hit build. And we can see immediately our scene feels a lot more realistic, and we get that global illumination, that bounce light within the shadow, where before it was pitch, 100% dark. Now we can see that it's illuminated with the light that's produced from bouncing off the walls. And what's really cool about it is we can actually get some color bleeding effect. So light hit this red wall, and from this red wall, it then bounced off and hit this spear. And now we get some of that red wall on this spear. So that's really cool. And just to illustrate what movable lights would do, if I set this to movable, and then if I hit build, we're back to where we were originally. And it looks a lot worse, but the benefit is that in game, this light can move back and forth and Unreal won't have any troubles. So now you know that it's really independent. Sometimes you want static lighting, sometimes you want movable lighting. It depends on your scenario. Now let's talk about what lights Unreal has to offer. Now I'll go a bit quick right now because quite frankly, a lot of these lights are self-explanatory and you can tell what they do by the names. So if we go in place actor, lights, first up we have the point light. And I already have a point light in here, so I can always bring a new point light in by dragging it into my scene. Or here's a shortcut, if you hold down L and left click anywhere, we could bring in a new light that way. And point lights are cool because they're just one point in space, and from that point in space, light is being sent out in all directions. We can control the intensity, in details, and also the light color. These two settings will pretty much be the same for all the lights. And also if we go down, we can change the temperature. If we click on set to true, use temperature, we can make this either warmer or cooler. Because in real life, the actual bulbs in your house have a warmish tint to them, and you might not be able to see that because your eyes are adjusted to it. But next time you see a light where you're coming from the outside and going inside, just look at the color of the lights and you'll see that they either have a cool tint or a warm tint. So I'm going to delete these lights right now, and we're going to move on to the next one, which is the directional light. As you can guess, if I zoom out here, this is literally just a light in space that just shoots down infinitely. And this is amazing because this is the sun, and this is the only light source we're going to have at the very end when we create our final landscape showcase. So honestly, in a lot of scenes, all you have to do is put this light down, build your light. I'm going to build it right now. And immediately you'll notice that we get a nice sun effect, and we can get all the nice bounces that that sun also entails. We can control the lux, so the intensity of the light, and we can also control the angle. You can do that by just manually rotating the sun around. I will delete the sun, and you notice when we delete a stationary light after it was built, we still get that bounce. And now the scene looks weird because it's like, where is that light coming from? We don't have any direct shadows. So it looks like someone's coming in here and just artificially raising the brightness of everything. So to get rid of this, we can press build. And since we have no lighting right now, that'll just clear the scene, make it pitch black again for us to showcase the rectangular light and the spotlight. So let's go to spotlight, drag it in. And as you can guess, this is just a spotlight with an angle. What's cool about this is we can control this angle. So we can make it a wide angle, like 80 degrees, or make it really sharp, 10 degrees. Another thing we can do is adjust the fall off of that light by playing with the inner cone angle. So we can make that fall off sharper or bring it back to blurry. After that, we have the rectangular light. And this is just your basic area light. If you've ever done photography or you've done a photographic shoot of someone, this is what you would use for your 3-point lighting setup. And we can also, just like everything else, we can adjust light color, the intensity, but we can also adjust the fall off of this light with the barn door properties. So you can make these barn doors sharper, and I can also increase them and really try to dial in the perfect settings for my rectangular light. I will delete this light now, and next up is the skylight, and this is probably the most confusing light there is. If I drag it in to my scene, you'll notice no change. And that is because what the skylight does is it simulates the light being produced from the sky. Because in real life, when you go outside, everything has a slight bluish tint to it. Since the sky, all the blue, the atmosphere is casting light down, as well as the sun. So if we look around, obviously we don't have a sky in here. So to just demonstrate this, I'm going to bring in a sky. To add a sky into Unreal, you can go to Place Actors and type in Atmosphere. And we're going to use Sky and Atmosphere. So if I drag this in, you'll also notice no change. This is because what the atmosphere needs is a sun that will actually then scatter its particles all over the atmosphere and give it that bluish tint. So I'm going to head back and bring in a directional light. And we notice not another change, still darkness, no sky. To fix that, I need to tell the sun, hey, I want you to affect the sky and atmosphere, make that a real atmosphere. So within the sun, go down here, and right now I have my advanced properties shown. If you don't see these extra settings, make sure you click on this arrow. So if you click on Show Advanced, and under Show Advanced, you want to check Atmosphere, Fog, Sunlight. And now we get a really nice, physically accurate atmosphere. And still, you'll notice no change within the skylight. This is because Unreal kind of needs to update, so just quickly change any of the settings within skylight just to tell Unreal, hey, update the skylight. So I'm going to change QMap resolution from 128 to 127. Then I'll bring it back to 128. And now you can see our scene gets a slightly bluish tint to it. And that's actually the sky. All the blue of the sky coming down and bouncing around the scene and giving it a nice bluish hue. Okay, so one very important thing I forgot to mention or go over is the difference between static lighting and stationary lighting. So to begin, both of them are static, but one is able to cast dynamic shadows and the other can't cast dynamic shadows. So I already baked a scene with a single directional light set to static, and if I add in a new object, you'll notice there is no initial shadow being casted from this object. And if I set this object from static to movable, and if I still build, you'll notice that still there is no shadow being casted from it. And this is bad because what if we have a player? Players aren't static, they're movable. This sun that is baked won't be able to cast any dynamic shadows. And that's where stationary comes in handy. So if I set this to stationary, and then if I build again, now we get the nice bounce light from a static light, but we also have the ability of movable objects also being affected by that light. So that's a pretty nice trick. If you're ever creating a level and you have a player running around, but that player doesn't have any shadows on it or isn't casting any shadows, make sure you go check your directional light or whatever light is currently near the player and make sure it's set to stationary and not static. For architecture, this really doesn't matter since you won't have a player, so I just set it to static. So let's go through using a real life example to apply stationary lights and bounce lighting to a really simple architecture scene that is provided within the free content. Now, we're specifically using an architecture scene because we're going to light it in a way where it's impossible or would look really bad if we lit the scene with only movable lights. So hopefully it will get the point across why global illumination and static lights are so powerful and why you should be using it, even if it can be a little bit harder than just sticking with movable lights. So back in Unreal Engine, to actually open my scene, I'm going to go to Lighting Example, Maps, and go to ArcViz Room. I already have ArcViz Room open, and when you open it, you'll notice pitch blackness, darkness. That's because we're going to be lighting this scene from scratch. So to actually see my scene, I'm going to come up here to Lit and select Unlit. And in the middle, we have some basic furniture. To the right, we have a door. And right behind us, we have a window. This window is where all the lighting will actually be coming in and filling up my room. So I'm going to come back to Lit. And then I'm going to add in a sky. So click on Sky and Atmosphere, drag it in. And we don't see it because, again, we need a directional light to drive our sky and atmosphere. So I'm going to drag in a directional light and rotate this in a way that's so I know the directional light isn't going into my window because I want to demonstrate what indirect lighting can do. And within this directional light, make sure you check atmosphere/fog sunlight to actually get that sky here. And then within here, I'm now going to add a skylight. So drag it in, and now that light from the sky will be coming into here and bouncing around. So this is set to preview to again remind us, hey, we're using static lighting right now, but you haven't baked your lighting yet. So let's bake it and let's build it. But before I build it, I want to click on this arrow. And for architecture, for anything where you want a more high fidelity build, you want to come to lighting quality and select medium, not preview. So now pressing build. Now that the build is complete, I can immediately tell that this looks amazing. Just kidding, this looks absolutely disgusting. I don't even know what's happening right now. There's so many errors. If we zoom in here, we can see black splotches everywhere and even some weird patches of light. This is the part where we're going to have to start optimizing our build to make sure that we have the nicest quality baked lighting possible. And to begin, let's start off with light mass importance volumes. So become place actors, type in light mass, and I'll just drag in importance volume. This is great because it will tell Unreal exactly where should the bulk of our baking be located. So I'm gonna drag this out, make sure it encompasses my entire scene. So now this is just telling Unreal, hey, make sure you bake only this area. So if we had any other objects outside, it would lessen the bakes on those, but focus all the quality on what is encompassed. And then I'm going to add a light mass portal. So drag this in. So again, what light mass portals are doing is it's going to tell all the lights, all the photons, to focus their energy into this area. And since we know the majority of our lighting will be from this window, we want all the photons to be focused at this window. And this will help eliminate a lot of that splotchiness. So I want to make sure the portal encompasses my entire window. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate. It could just be a bit accurate or accurate enough. There we go. And let's build it. And again, reminder, make sure you build on medium quality. Pressing G to get rid of all these icons, and immediately we'll notice such a better bake. And it's already getting a lot more realistic feel to it. And we got rid of all those black splotches, but there still are some black splotches, and we'll get rid of them in a bit. But before we do, I just want to fix the outside of our window right now, since when we look outside our window, it looks weird because there is no landscape and the horizon is just darkness. So our house is like floating in a dark void. We can fix this and actually give some color to the blackness by adding in an exponential height fog. So this will add fog everywhere, but the issue is that it's even adding fog inside of our room. So it's giving everything a milky tint to it and decreasing the contrast of our architecture. So we can fix this by having the exponential height fog selected, going into start distance, and I'm going to change the start distance to 500. There we go. Now we have some nice contrast in the room, and if I look outside, we don't get that weird blackness that we were getting beforehand. Now, this is probably the best representation of why exposure can be so helpful to adding an extra level of realism to your architecture. So if I'm in my room right now, we can see everything is nice and light, but as soon as I go outside the building and look into the window, everything gets darker, go back in, lighter. So this is exposure, and I actually really like this effect because if you've ever been outside in real life and then you decide to look into a window, you'll see everything appears so much darker. And then when you actually go into that building, everything lightens up. So I'm going to keep exposure the way it is. And when your eyes adjust here and you turn around, the sky just looks blown out. And that's what we want to see, since that's physically accurate to what we would see in real life. Before we can improve on our baked lighting, something's just really not looking right, and that is the reflections on our objects. The reflection looks like this. It's looking pretty bad, really glossy, because we forgot to add in a reflection capture. So in place actors, I'm going to type in reflection and just drag in a spear reflection capture. Box reflection capture will also work well for this scene, but I'll just use spear reflection capture for now. And immediately our scene's reflections are fixed. So let's improve our lighting bake. And first thing I'll notice that if I zoom in here, we can see some, maybe it's not noticeable, but we can see that there's squares, and these squares are then blurred. This tells me that the light map resolution is too small, because remember, baked lighting is literally just creating a shadow texture that will be overlaid on our models. And right now, that shadow texture resolution is way too small. So if I click on this wall, and then if I scroll down to lighting, we can see that we have a overridden light map res option. If I check this, I can see that the light map resolution is right now 64 pixels or 64 pixels. That is way too small. So I'm just going to bring this up to 512. And now if I press a build, we will notice immediately those black splotches are gone because we increased the texture resolution. But if I zoom in really close, we can see those black splotches never really left, but they're now smaller and more accurate to what the shadows would actually be in real life. What I will do now is go through all the objects in my scene and change their light map resolutions, just like what I did on the wall. But this can be a bit of a hassle, since then I have to click on an object, scroll down, and check what their light map res is, because on some objects, I may not have to increase their resolution. This is fine because we can actually view each object's resolution in the viewport by going to Lit, then going down to Optimize View Modes and clicking on Light Map Density. Now we get a new view of our scene, and each of these squares is a pixel of our baked lighting texture. And we can see that's kind of a gradient. So blue means low resolution, green means higher resolution, yellow's higher, and finally we reach red. For a really realistic architecture scene, we want everything to be in the yellowish, reddish range. But for our purposes, I'll try to make sure everything gets into the yellow range. So first thing I'm going to do is increase the light map resolution on the ceiling. So click on this. Override light map res. I'm just going to change this to 128 or 256. I'm going to change the bottom here to 256. And the baseboard can also have the light map bumped up just a bit. So I'm going to change this to 128. And then I'm going to change this little grid stuff, this grid wall pattern up to, it's already 256. I'm just going to change this to 512. And also change the chair to 128. I will ignore changing the light map resolution of the furniture right here. It looks pretty good. Actually, I think for a table, I will increase that to 256. And now, let's see what our lighting looks like when we build it. You'll notice two things just happened. Number one, the build took a lot longer. That's one of the issues with increasing light map resolution, since now it has more textures it needs to calculate, resulting in exponentially higher builds. And that's why for some architecture scenes, you can have a build going up to a couple hours to an entire day. Also, our lighting looks a lot nicer, so much nicer. We can actually start to see those small details of those indirect light shadows coming from the window over there. But we still have some issues. For example, right here we can see some light bleeding, so some whiteness where there shouldn't be any, right here, right there, and all throughout the room. And also, our light is still, our shadows are still kind of blurred. We can now fix this by actually adjusting the settings of how the lights are baked themselves. And to do that, we need to open up the world settings. And by default, Unreal doesn't have world settings. So again, going back to our UI section, if I come up to Windows, I can unhide hidden windows. So I'm going to go click on world settings to bring that back. And now in light mask, under light mask settings, we have all the settings that Unreal uses when baking our lights. So what I will do now is adjust some of these settings and then rebuild and see how it improved my scene. So first thing I will adjust is bring down the static level scale to 0.1. The lower this level is, then the more detail we're going to get out of the shadows. The only issue is that, again, this will increase build time. We also need to compensate for lowering the static lighting level scale by increasing the indirect lighting quality. So I'm going to bring that up to 10. Another thing I would do is increase the number of bounces to 10 for skylight and also 10 for indirect. And then I'm going to go to lighting smoothness and bring this to 1.3. So you're probably wondering, how did I go about and get these values? Well, before I started this tutorial, I went through and I did a whole bunch of settings and I played around a bit just to see which lighting would look the best. Now, for an actual methodology, I increased the bounce on both the indirect and the skylight bounces because more light bounces would mean more light overall, so a much more accurate scene. And then I decrease the static lighting level scale. What this does is that it just decreases the range at which the lights are looking for objects, so we can actually get a lot more shadow detail. So when it's lower, you get more shadow detail. The only issue is that this can cause light bleeding, light map issues. So then in response to that, you want to increase the indirect lighting quality. So a general rule of thumb that Epic Games recommends is that you take the static lighting level scale and you times that by the indirect lighting quality, and that should equal 1. So that's why when I decrease the static lighting level scale to 0.1, I increase the indirect lighting quality to 10. Because if I times those two together, that would equal 1. Also, before we build, make sure we're set to either medium, high, or production. I would say for experimental purposes, just set your scene now to medium. Production will probably end up being like a 2-hour long bake. So let's bake and click build. Okay, I just skipped ahead 10 minutes and now the bake is complete. It honestly depends on your computer. Your computer might be longer or slower. And we'll see all these editor widgets. I'm just going to hit G to get rid of this. And we can see that we have such a nice bake. Everything looks right. There is no light bleeding. We can't see any really noticeable dark splotches. And if we actually zoom in and hide this chair by pressing H, we can see some really nice indirect shadows coming from our skyline. I'm going to hit Control H to bring back my chair. And this can use some last second tweaks using the post-process volume. So in place actors, type in post, and I'm going to drag in a post-process volume and make sure underneath all the way down here, make sure infinite extend bound is selected. That's so I don't have to go through the process of scaling up the post-process volume to encompass my entire level. And first thing I'll notice is our ambient occlusion is way too high right now. Ambient occlusion is a post-process effect which basically mimics the way shadows congregate into small spaces. And the best way to notice that is within this corner right here. So if I come up to it, you'll notice this spot is really dark. And if I keep zooming in, we can see the shadows actually oddly adjusting to where my camera is. For realistic scenes, I don't want this. So what I will do is in the post-process volume, go to render settings, ambient occlusion, and bring down the intensity from 0.5 to 0.25. Next thing I will do is brighten up my scene using the exposure. So go to lens, exposure, and check min brightness, max brightness, and we will set it to a constant exposure by setting both of these to 1 and adjusting what it looks like with the exposure compensation. So I'm just going to bring this up to about there. And there we have it. This is pretty much the gist of working with static lights and baking lights within a Real engine. And it's so amazing that in real time we could get high fidelity ray trace lighting by just ray tracing everything before the player ever sets foot in a level. And I would highly encourage everyone watching this video to go through this level and make your own adjustments, make your own changes. Let's say if you really want to, we can grab the light and angle it in a way where it's going through the window if you want to. And have that light hit the furniture and create some nice bounce light that way. Or if I come over to one of these furnitures, all of these objects are created in a way where you can customize the colors using material instances. So for instance, if I click on this phone, and if I open up the material here, I can adjust the color of that phone. So I can make this a deep red or a green, and all the objects here you can adjust. So just play around with the colors, play around with the lightings, and see what you're able to achieve using baked lights in Unreal. Okay, so Megascans integration with Unreal. Megascans is an amazing asset library of real-world physical objects that have been scanned into Unreal. And they're all free, and using a program called Bridge, we can automatically get these assets into our Unreal project without having to go through the hassle of the Unreal marketplace or importing every texture and every object manually. So, first you have to install Bridge. Once you download and install Bridge, it's going to ask for your Epic Games account. Just put in the same information you did on the Epic Games launcher, and now you have access to Quixel Bridge. And as of August, it's 12,922 assets. So pretty cool. Epic Games is putting it out there. So let's say I want grass in my project. I'm going to type in grass. And I want these grass clumps in my project. So I'm going to click on this. And now I need to specify what Unreal Engine version I'm using and what project I want this grass to go into. So first we have to download it. I'm going to check download settings, and pretty much the default it has here is good enough. And I'm going to click LOD 0 for now. So I'm going to click download. And now that I have it downloaded, I'm going to go to export settings and choose Unreal Engine and the Unreal Engine version you're using. And now we want to select the installation folder. So what you want to do is you want to navigate to where your Unreal Engine version is. In my case, it's located in my F drive. So I go to Epic Games, then I go to UE_4.25. And within the Unreal Engine installation folder, you want to go to Engine and then down to Plugins and select this folder. So I'm going to click on Select Folder. Now it's going to install the plugin, and it installed successfully. Also, you want to make sure that you're exited out of Unreal before you do that. And now within project location, I'm going to select my first project. So go to desktop and then first project. And just here, this is fine. So the first project folder and select it. And now I'm going to click on export. Back in Unreal Engine, I forgot to mention that you want to make sure your project is open while you're in Bridge and while you click export. If your project isn't open, then Bridge won't work. So back in the project, we'll notice that after I export it, I have MS Presets and Megascans, these two new folders. If I go into Megascans, 3D plants, grass clumps, we can see the static meshes we imported, and if we drag it in, Unreal Engine already set up all the materials for us automatically. So that is pretty cool. Now if I go back into Bridge, I want another material that we will use to blend with our landscape we're about to make. So, and by the way, this isn't our final landscape we're going to make. This is just a landscape test to go over all the landscaping tools we need to know. So I'm going to go back to grass, and then I'm going to go to Clover Patches on Grass and download this asset. And once I have this asset downloaded, I will click export and wait for everything to import. And we can see automatically it set me to the folder where our new material is located. And here we have Clover Patches on Grass. If I could drag this in, we have a nice photo scan material automatically in Unreal, and we didn't have to set up any materials whatsoever. And what's really cool is if we go to MS Presets, we can see a bunch of folders with master materials in them. So Megascan comes with their own master materials, just like the master material we created for this payment. And honestly, and their master materials are really cool. They're like ours, but they also add other features to it. So that is Bridge in a nutshell. Before we jump into landscapes, let's download some more textures. So I got a grass. Now I want a dirt texture. So I just pick anything here. I like this rocky dirt texture, so I'm going to download that. And then I also want another grass texture. Also, instead of coming down here and hitting export, when we hover over an asset we downloaded, we can click on this arrow here that will also export it. And remember, your Unreal Engine project has to be open for Bridge to be able to export into our project. So after we got rocky dirt in, let's get another grass in, or let's go grass dried. And I'm going to pick this one and download it. And then I'm going to hit on the arrow to bring it into Unreal. Now back in Unreal, under Megascans, Surfaces, we have 3 scanned materials. So I'm going to go Dry Rock, drag this onto here, go back, and then go to Fresh Harvest, drag that onto here. And this is such a great new way, a new workflow for Unreal that automatically allows us to focus on the art and not the technical mumble jumble of materials and static meshes and importing. Bridge does this all for us. Landscapes, they are pretty important since they take up the majority of a scene. So if you have a bad looking landscape, you'll probably end up having a bad looking final product. So don't worry, Unreal comes with a bunch of tools to help create and fine tune our landscapes for our perfect needs. Now, it's important to know that the landscape we're going to be creating right now is not the final landscape. This is just a test environment to help get us situated with the tools. So let's go to My Stuff, Maps, and let's create a new map. Let's go to File, New Level, and let's select Time of Day. And now I'm going to hit Control S to save this. And I'm going to call this First Landscape. And make sure you're saving it under My Stuff, Maps, or I don't know. You can save it anywhere. I'm going to hit Save. And now we have this nice looking map, and the lighting is already set up and set to movable. For landscapes, you want to use movable lighting, since if you're going to bake your light, it's going to be a really big hassle, since your light map is going to be huge, since we have to bake the shadows on an entire landscape that can span anywhere from 1 kilometer to 8 kilometers. So I'm going to delete everything. So to create a landscape, what you want to do is come up to the Modes tool and then select it and go down to Landscape and select that. And this will take us into landscape mode, and immediately you'll notice this preview mesh of our landscape. And to the left here, we have a bunch of details to initialize our landscape and create it. We can change a bunch of these details here, so we can like change the number of components, doubling the size, number of components, the total overall resolution, and this is just a bunch of technical details, and you don't really need to know this stuff. What I almost always do is go to the landscape technical guide on the Unreal Engine documentation and scroll down here to recommended landscape sizes, and I almost always keep it to one of these. So I'm going to get out, and now I'm going to click on Create to create our first landscape, and immediately this will put me into sculpt mode. As you can probably guess, to sculpt down on the landscape, you want to left click hold. This will give us a sculpting ability. And if we want to sculpt in the opposite direction, you can hold down shift and left click hold, or left mouse button hold. And now we're going in the opposite direction. So the brush we are currently in is in the default brush, which is sculpt. And this is the best way to just quickly create good form for our landscape. Some other settings we have is strength, so I can adjust the strength. Right now it's set to 1. I can bring this down to 0.3, which is the default strength. And now we get a much lighter touch to this landscape. Another thing I could do is increase and decrease the radius here. So I can make this large, or I can make this really small for some fine details. We can also adjust the fall off, which is the edge strength of our brush. So I can bring the fall off up to 1 to make it really soft. So a really soft addition to our landscape. Or I can make this fall off really strong by going down to 0. So you can see the edges are harsh. And I can also bring the strength up to 1 to really get a gross, disgusting looking patches on our landscape. So I think this looks really disgusting right now. And the next brush we're going to go over is smooth. So if I click on smooth, I'm also going to bring the fall off to 0.5 again. I can quickly come in here and just smooth out my landscape. And this is really nice for getting rid of any weird artifacts you might have if you imported this landscape from another program. The next brush we have is flatten, which is pretty self-explanatory. This just flattens your landscape. So it's good if you like have a gameplay area and you know you need an area to be flat in order for that game to work. You just come with the flatten brush and just paint a flat area. This is also good for making like mesas or plateaus. So now we have several levels of landscaping. And we have a bunch of other brushes. I won't be going over these brushes since they're very case specific. If you want to, you can play with them and see what each one does. But real quickly, a really good shortcut to know is the bracket keys. So if I left hold down the left bracket, I can bring my cursor down, I can bring the size of my brush down, and if I hold down the right bracket key, I can bring it up, so down and up, just like Photoshop. We were right then on the Sculpt tab. Let's go over to the Manage tab. This adds some more technical detail to our landscape. So our landscape is created of components, and if we hover over each component, we can see a orange square, and this represents what our component is. We can actually increase our landscape. So let's say if you make a landscape and you realize, hey, my landscape is too small, I want to increase it, we can go to the Add tool right here under Manage, and now we'll see a green outline, and if we left click hold, we can drag out new components of our landscape just to increase it. Or I can delete components. So let's say if our landscape was too big, by using the delete tool and just going in and deleting random squares. I'm going to press Ctrl Z because I don't know why I would ever want to do it, but you can shave off the sides. So that's nice. Landscape materials are really complicated because they can either make or break your landscape. And what stinks about this is a good landscape material will take hours to create and even more hours to explain. So I will save that for another tutorial. What you need to know right now is that a landscape material is like a collection of mini materials. So you have your grass layer, dirt layer, stone layer, and together these mini materials are put into one larger landscape material. So to actually show that, back in Unreal Engine, before we jump into materials, let's add a 3D character to our world just to help give us scale. That's how we know how big the mountains are and how the grass and textures should be scaled. So to do so, I'm going to get out of landscape mode, go back to select mode, and then I'm going to click on Add New, go to Add Features or Content Pack. Under Blueprint Feature, I'm going to click on Third Person and then click on Add to Project. Now we have some new folders in there, and we also have a good mannequin that we can use right here, and then I could drag this mannequin into my world. So if I go to Mannequin, Character, Mesh, SK_mannequin, drag it in. Now we have a human reference to see how large our world actually is. And this is probably a lot larger than you actually imagine it to be. We can also run around our world as this mannequin by going to World Settings and then go to Game Mode Override, select this, and then select Third Person Game Mode. Now if I press play, we have a little guy in this world, and if I use the WASD keys, I can move around and explore this world for myself. So this will be great once we're going over blueprint programming and when we actually scale the textures of the ground to our mannequin, to our character. Let's create our landscape material, and to do so, we are going to use the textures we already downloaded from Megascans. So if you haven't downloaded those textures, go back to the Megascans section and see how to download them. But for now, I'm going to go to My Stuff, go to Materials, I'm going to right click here, go to Material, I'm going to call this My Landscape. And I'm going to double click to open this up and drag it, dock it up here. Now I'm going to go grab those textures. So I'm going to go to Megascans, Surfaces, Clover Patches, grab these textures, specifically the albedo, normal, and roughness. You might have more textures, but you could just ignore those. Drag it in My Landscape and drop it in. Kind of dropped it in too close there. And then I'm going to go to Dry Rocky Ground, grab these, go to My Landscape, drop them, and go back to Fresh Harvest and grab these. If you don't know, I'm pressing Shift when I select them. And to select multiple, drag these in. As mentioned before, you can think of landscape materials as a collection of mini materials in a larger material as a whole. So we have 3 mini materials. We have grass, dirt, and dead grass. So I'm going to organize these right now and create these, put these into materials of their own. And I can actually do so by, hold on, I gotta keep organizing. Yeah, the thing about landscape materials is they can get messy really quickly, but I can create many materials by using the make material attributes. So now I'm going to plug this into base color, plug this into roughness, and plug this into normal. I'm going to come back up here, right click, and click on make material attribute. Do the same, base color, roughness, normal. Come down here and do the same. Base color, roughness, and normal. Now we have 3 little mini materials, and the outputs of the material attribute is a material in itself. So you might be wondering, wait, where would I go output this into here? There is no slot for just material. Well, we have to change our material output. So to do so, I could just click anywhere in my graph and then go to the details panel and check use material attribute. So now we have a new little material attribute, and I could connect this up like this. Hit apply, go back to first landscape, go to my stuff or wherever you save that material to. Actually select my landscape, go to details, actually drag this into landscape material. And that is one of the downsides of using landscape materials, is that it can take a while to compile. So just keep that in mind. Now if I go to modes, then go down to landscape and then click on paint, we have no paint layers. We need to add paint layers within our landscape and tell our landscape which materials will be those layers. So if I hop back into my landscape, to do so, I'm going to use a landscape layer blend node and drop this in. Now it has no layers, so I can add layers by going into the details panel and clicking on the add element. So I'm going to add 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to name the first one grass. Keep everything as default. The second one as rocky dirt. And the third one as dead grass. So now I'm going to hook in my grass material to grass layer, dirt material to dirt layer, and dead grass material to dead grass. And take the output of all 3 of these and drop this into my landscape. And hit apply and wait for it to compile. It might take a bit. So I just skipped ahead and ooh, scary. Our landscape has turned completely pitch black, but on the target layers, we have 3 layers. And the reason why our landscape is pitch black is because we don't have any layer assigned to it as our base layer, so as our default layer. To add a layer, come over here and click on the plus icon, and then click on weight blended layer normal. Now it's going to ask you where you want to store this landscape layer. I will just keep it as default, and it will create a new folder for me, so automatically it will organize the layers for me, and I'm going to hit OK. Now, if we wait for it to compile, we can see we have grass as our default layer. And if I go to rock dirt, add a new layer, go to weight blended layer. And if I go to dead grass, do the same thing, click plus, click on weight blended layer, click OK. Now if I select rocky dirt, and if I hold down my left mouse button, still have to wait for it to compile. And boom, we can now paint on our landscape our different material layers. So we can paint our rocky dirt, and we can also paint our dead grass. Right off the bat, I noticed 2 issues. Number 1, there's not enough geometry to actually paint my materials on, so we get some weird stuttering effect. That's the actual pixels. And number 2, our scales of our material are way too off. So to fix the first one, I'm going to come up to Manage, go to Resize, change section size from 63 by 63 to 255 to 255, and change Resize mode to Resample. This will just give us some more geometry to work with while we're painting. And if I hit Apply, nothing happened. But if I now come back here and repaint some rocky dirt on my landscape, we can now see a really nice smooth dirt to it without that stuttering pixeling effect. And another thing is, especially now it's prevalent, if I zoom in, our texture size is way too small. So to fix the texture size, I'm going to go to my landscape, come here and right click and type in landscape. If I can spell landscape chords. And I'm going to add a multiply node by holding down M and left clicking as a shortcut. Drag this in, and we're going to create a parameter to control this size. So I'm going to hold down 1 and left click to bring in a scalar parameter. I'm going to right click and click on convert to parameter. I'm going to call this size, and the default will be 1 for now. Drag this into B, and now connect this up to all of my materials UVs. So we're going to get a lot of noodles now. Just keep connecting these. And hit apply. Now going back to my landscape. It's compiling right now. I'm going to go to where my material is located. And I can do that by, first I'm going to get out of my landscape mode. I'm going to click on my landscape. Go down to landscape material and click on the magnifying glass to actually jump to where my material is located in my content browser. And I'm going to right click on my material, click on create material instance, and I'm going to drag my material instance into my landscape material. So now instead of the main material, my landscape instance is being used. So I'm going to double click, open this up, don't dock it, go back to my landscape and move this window to where I can see it, click on size, and now I can control the size within my, actually, I can't control the size. Oh wait, no, it is working. It just wasn't real time. So I'll just bring this down a bit to 0.25. That looks like a reasonable size. And now we have a kind of decent landscape. So again, the controls, if I go to modes, landscape, and then go to paint, I can add layers. I can, by just holding down left clicking to paint some more. If I hold down shift, I can delete those layers, so cut into them. Also, the bracket keys can decrease or increase, just like in sculpting. And that's pretty much it. That's the very basics of landscape creation in Unreal. And all honesty, this landscape is pretty bad. Number one, we can notice the texturing really bad. So we have some really bad tiling effects right now. And if I look at my landscape from an angle, our landscape doesn't feel like actual dirt or actual grass. It feels more like plastic. And there are ways to get around this, but that'll be a tutorial for another day, since now we're going to move on to foliage. Before moving on to that, I want to briefly talk about organizing our materials. So if I hop back into my material, we can clearly see that it's divided into 3 sections, into 3 mini materials. And I can make that clear for myself and anyone else who is going to open up this material in the future, where these sections are, by just left mouse button hold and dragging over my materials, and then if I hit the C key, I will create a comment, and I'm going to call this grass material. I misspelled that, but whatever, this is for demonstration. And now our collection of nodes right here are within a larger node that can help us organize. So if I go down here, do the same, call this dirt material. And down here, do the same. I'm going to call this dead grass. So this is pretty helpful for organization reasons. If you look at any of the materials that are included within the starter content or the beginner tutorial assets, you'll notice that almost all of them have comments to just help the reader or whoever opens up this graph know where the general stuff is going on. And it's also just good organization practice, and it's pleasing to the eye. Before we move on to foliage, it's important to point out that landscapes are rarely made within Unreal Engine. Normally, landscapes are generated inside another program like World Machine or Gaia that specialize in simulating millions of years of erosion, and this landscape is then imported into Unreal Engine as a height map. And the only time I find myself using the sculpting tools is when I'm trying to create a stylized environment like Fortnite, or I'm trying to touch up some areas for gameplay purposes. So bottom line is, if you're looking to create really realistic landscapes, I would look into finding height maps online or generating your own using other programs. So the Foliage tool is pretty powerful, but there are also a bit of quirks to it. Before we can begin with the Foliage tool, we have to select what assets we want to paint on our ground. And in our case, it's going to be grass clumps _00 that we downloaded from Megascans. So if you don't know how to get these assets into Unreal, just hop back in the sections, go to the Megascan section, and see how we downloaded and exported it automatically into Unreal. Now I'm going to go to modes, and under modes I'm going to click on foliage. As we can see, Megascans is smart enough to automatically take our foliage meshes and place them within the foliage paint option. I can also, if you don't see these meshes in there, you could just select all of these and drag them into there. Now if I press down with my mouse, we can see we're able to now paint foliage, and it automatically clumps things together. So we can just paint just a bunch of foliage everywhere. And we can also change the density of this foliage. So to change the density of the foliage, I'm going to click here, hold down shift, and make sure I have all of them collected. And now under density, I can increase this from 100 to 1000. So now I can paint some ridiculously dense grass everywhere. And slowly over time, if I keep on painting these, I'll probably get a really big slowdown to Unreal. But if we want to remove grass, it's just like painting materials on our landscape. You want to hold down shift and paint these away. That's pretty much all there is to foliage. Probably the most important thing you need to know is that you will only be editing the foliage that you have active. And if you hover over these foliage, you'll see these check marks. These indicate that the foliage is active. So if I uncheck these, now if I try to go in with my paintbrush, I actually can't go in my paintbrush because nothing is selected. I'm only going to select one of these. So if I go in with my paintbrush and hold down shift, I will only be deleting the foliage that was selected here. But if I select all of these now, activate all of these, now if I hold down shift, I'll be deleting everything. So just keep that in mind, that you can actually just paint in individual foliage. So if you, let's say, paint in a bunch of grass and you realize you want to delete that grass, but there's also some flowers you have painted down beforehand that you want to keep there, don't worry, all you have to do is activate your grass and make sure everything else is deactivated, and now you can come in here, press shift, and only delete that specific foliage mesh. So if you want to know more about foliage, we're going to be using the foliage tool a lot for our last landscape, so just skip to there or wait for that section to come up. But for now, let's go and move into blueprints. Blueprints. They're the most powerful tool of Unreal Engine, since they allow us to program entire video games without a single line of code. And not only is it easier, but in my opinion, it's faster than traditional coding. So it's very important to know that if you've been following along with this tutorial up to this point, then you know everything you need to know to complete our final landscape. So if you're not interested in blueprints, you can skip this section. But I highly recommend you still learn blueprints if you don't plan on creating a game, because we can use blueprints to create tools for use within the Unreal Engine workflow. And I have another tutorial, the link should be somewhere right here, that goes over how you can use blueprints to create tools for Unreal. Now, with all that being said, let's do a brief introduction into blueprints. So let's open up a blueprint, and the first blueprint we're going to open is the third-person mannequin blueprint. So if I go to Content, Third-Person BP, then go into Blueprints, you'll see third-person character. If you don't see this, then come up to Add New, Add Feature Content Pack, and then click on Third Person. So if we open up our character, dock this right here, we can see all the graphs and nodes that make up our character. So all the logic we have for this third person character, going into here, oh, I'm falling, going to play, that is moving forward, backwards, left, right, panning the camera, and jumping, all that logic is being driven just within here. And we can add our own logic right now by adding in new nodes. But before we add our own nodes, I noticed an issue that when we press play, my player is just following through the world. This is because we have yet to set up a player start location, so it just picks location 00 as our player starting point. We can add in a player start location by going into our place actors and typing in player start. So now if I drag this in, and if I go back to third person character and press play, we will start where we want to, right here. So nodes work on an event system. So something will happen in the overworld, or the player will press a keyboard, and then an event will then shoot out information, and everything within that event line will be called. So for example, when I'm jumping, if I go down and jump, you can see that when the player presses jump, which in this case is spacebar, the press node will send out a signal, and this signal will tell the character to jump. And then when it's released, another signal will be sent out, and it will tell the player to stop jumping. So we can actually set up our own event by coming down here, and I forgot to mention, controls are the exact same as the material. So zoom in, zoom out, middle mouse button, right click to bring up a search bar for all the nodes, and you could pan with left mouse button. So I'm going to right click and type in keyboard F, and for a keyboard event F. And now whenever I press F, a signal will be shot out from the pressed portion. And we can check this by dragging this out and now typing in print string. And we could put in our own message. I'm going to say, hello from Blueprints, exclamation points. Click compile. Go back to first landscape, play, and now if I press F, you can notice on the top left there, we get a hello from Blueprints print string. So that's how you set up an event. So right now our event is pretty boring. So what we will do now is add a ragdoll effect. So when we press F, the physics of our player's body will take over, and we'll see the player pretty much drop dead and have a ragdoll effect going on. Well, we can do that by first deleting this, dragging out a new line, and typing in set collision enabled. And choose mesh. And within this drop down, I'm going to set collision enabled, query, and physics. So what is happening is that when we press F, collision will be enabled on the mesh. And if you don't know what the mesh is, if we go to our viewport, the mesh is our actual character. And we know that the mesh is our character because if we go over to the components, which is basically the Blueprints world outliner, we have a mesh also highlighted, also selected. So going back into event graph, I can drag out another line, and now I want to set simulate physics on the mesh. And then I want to drag out another line and do set physics blend weights also on the mesh. I want to check this and click one. You don't really need to know what is happening right here. All you need to know is that we're disabling the player's input, and then we're going to have the physics of the actual character body drive what our character is doing. So if I hit compile and press play now, if I just walk around, our player is minding his own business, and all of a sudden F, rest in peace. So again, if I press play, and the character's walking around, and pressing F on a technical level will deactivate the player's movements and have the physics of the player's bones take control. So walking around and then jumping, pressing F, and he falls down and he has some nice ragdoll to him. So let's add in an obstacle that will actually activate the death of the character. And this gets into blueprints communication. So first, I'm going to create a blueprint. We can create blueprints by right-clicking on the graph, clicking on blueprint class, and then I'm going to select actor. Now I'm going to call this obstacle. Double-click to go inside of it, and this will open up our blueprint viewport. What I want to add is a static mesh obstacle, and I know which one I want. I'm going to go to first landscape, lighting examples. Then we're going to go to light bounce, meshes, and cylinder. This will make for a good obstacle. I'm going to drag this up and drag this into here and hover over default scene root and make that a child of the default scene root. Here we go. So now we have a nice obstacle in there. I'm going to actually shrink this on the X and Y axis just to make it a bit sharper. And then I'm going to add in a collision to it. So I'm going to come up here to add components and type in collision. And I want a capsule collision. So I'm going to select this. And now with the capsule collision selected, I'm going to bring this up and scale this up. That's how it goes a bit over our main mesh. And scale this in the Z-axis. Try to get this aligned right, and maybe scale this a bit back. So what I want to happen is that whenever the player comes into contact with this capsule collision, I want this capsule collision to then tell the player, hey, you're now dead. And we can do this by, with the capsule collision selected, going down into details and clicking on component begin overlap. Now we have a begin overlap event that will be called whenever an object hits that collision. But we have an issue, and that is even if a bird flies into collision or grass hits the collision, this event will always be called. So we want a way to check that we will only call all the logic of this event when the player is hit. So to do that, I will drag out other actor, and I will go cast to third person character. So now this will only execute when a third person character hits the collision, and this also gets the added benefit of getting a reference to that third person character. So now we have access to all of that character's variables and events. So if I drag out, I can just call an event, and we have one big glaring issue, and that is we mapped the character's death to the event of F. And we can't really call the keyboard event F. We have to create a new event and map that logic to it. So I'm going to go third person character, right click, type in custom event, and I'm going to name this death. And I'm going to plug death into set collision enabled and hit compile. So now whenever death is called, all this logic will also be called just like F. So if I go to obstacle, I'm going to call the death event. Nice. So this is very basic blueprint communication. So now we have two separate blueprint objects that are able to communicate with each other. So I'm going to go back to my blueprint where that is located. By clicking on the magnifying glass, I can hop to where that blueprint is located in the content browser and not have to arduously search for it. So there, I'm going to drag this now in, press play, if my character walks up to this obstacle, boom, he gets hit, and I didn't even have to press F. So again, casually walking, he's not looking around, all of a sudden this obstacle comes in his way and hit. So this isn't really much of an obstacle if the obstacle isn't moving around. So let's add a spin to our pipe. So if I jump back into the obstacle, we can do this by using the event tick. If you don't see the event tick here, you can right click and type in event tick. But the event tick is already included within our blueprints by default. So what an event tick does is that on every frame your game runs, this event will shoot out information. So if you have a print, let's go add a print string, and let's just keep it as hello. If I press play now, every single frame that our game runs, hello is being ran. And this is good because now we can have a constant spin to our object. We can add spin by dragging out from event tick. I'm going to delete print string. Dragging out from event tick, typing add local rotation. And now we have delta rotation with a bunch of scalar values. I want this to rotate 5 degrees on the x-axis every event tick. We can see that on every frame, our object will rotate itself 5 degrees. So this is great, but there's only one issue, and that is our object is frame independent. So if we're running this on a slow computer, then our obstacle will be running really slow. If we run this on a faster computer, our obstacle will be spinning super fast, and that's not good gameplay. We want our game to run the same on every single machine. And there is a way to fix this by using delta seconds. So what delta seconds will do is it will convert our 5 degrees every frame to 5 degrees every second. To do that, we need to multiply this by 5. So we can just drag this out and type in multiply. So float times float. If you don't know what a float is a value that also contains decimal. So it's like 1.1, 2.3, all of that. And I'm going to send this to 5. Now I'm going to connect this into my X, and we can't do that. Now, we can change delta rotation to scalar values by right-clicking on this input and clicking on split struct pin. Now we can drag this into X. So, ideally, our obstacle should rotate 5 degrees every second. So now if we play, and yeah, that's 5 degrees every second, really slow. And we have the ability within our game to increase this. So let's go 360 degrees every second. So 1 spin per second. Now we got it pretty fast, 1,000, 2,000. Looks like it's working. So now I can just place this around my level and create a really quick obstacle course. So I don't want my player starting in the middle of the obstacle course. Just gonna move this around, scale this one up, go back on another one, rotate this around, add another one, rotate this, and add another one, rotate this. So if I press play now, okay, there it is. And we have a pretty wacky obstacle course. But there's an issue, and there is no variation to it. We can tell that this is just going on 1 rotation per second, and that's boring. But there is a way to make each of these obstacles, so each instance of this obstacle blueprint, spin a different way. And we could do that using variables and instances, just like materials. So just to get one thing out of the way, all of these obstacles are instances. So each of these obstacles can contain their own variables. So if I go back to obstacle, I can create a variable by going down here to under my blueprints, under my variables, click on the plus icon, and we just create a new variable. Let's call this speed. Now under speed, it's set to Boolean, that's true or false by default. I'm going to change this to a float and hit compile. So now I can change its default speed, and let's have the default speed be 180 degrees per second. So now I can drag speed into my graph, and I will select get. And I can drag this into my delta seconds. So now if I compile, press save, and play, we can see nothing changed. And that's because we need to change our obstacles within the level editor. So go back here, click on this, and we will not see an option to adjust our speed. That's because we need to tell our blueprint, hey, speed should be editable on all of our instances. So we need to check instance editable and expose on spawn within the speed's details. So now if I hit compile, save, go back into my level, we can see that we can adjust the speed here. So let's make the first one 180 degrees. Let's make this one 360. Make this one 90. 25 degrees a second. And finally, the last one, let's make this, I don't know, something ridiculous. 720 degrees a second. So now when I press play, we have different variation for all of our obstacles. So now this is an actual course, and this is actually gameplay. So I can try to go through this obstacle course to make to the other side. So, and that did not work out well. But bottom line is we have an obstacle course and it is working. So let's actually create a goal for our player. And let's have that goal be a golden statue. So once he crosses, or she crosses the obstacle course, there will be a golden statue waiting for them to pick up. So I'm going to go to starter content, props, and then statue, drag that in. I'm going to scale this up. Go back to starter content, materials, and let's use gold. Drag that onto that. There we go. Let's also make the base gold. So a really nice trophy for our character. And let's have it where whenever the character gets close to the statue, a screen will appear telling the player, hey, you won the game, congratulations. To achieve that, we need to create a user interface. So in Unreal, I'm going to go back to third-person BP folder. In Unreal, user interfaces are called widgets. So if I right-click, go to user interface, I will create a widget blueprint, and I'm going to name this U Windscreen. I'm going to double-click on it, go into it, and now we have the widget editor. I'm not going to go over the controls. That's a tutorial for another day. But what I will do is go to text, drag a text into the center. Let's go and change this text to you win, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation points. And I will increase the size of this. So under font size, so just, I don't know, 110. So now we have a you win screen that can pop up whenever the player interacts with the statue. So hit compile, go back here. And this entire time we've been editing blueprints within blueprint objects. But one thing that will actually blow your mind is that our entire level is actually a blueprint in itself. And we can edit this level blueprint by going up here to blueprints and selecting open level blueprint. So this is the level blueprint we have right now. And this is here by default. I'm just going to leave it there. If I go back to first landscape, I will add in a trigger volume. So box trigger, and I'm going to surround my box trigger to the statue right there. Scale it up, make it encompass the statue. And now I want this box trigger, so whenever the player enters this box, to display the U win screen. So to do that, I want to make sure my box is selected. Go into first landscape, right click, and this right click is context sensitive. And I can come down to add event for trigger box 1, go to collision, and then click on add on actor begin overlap. So now this box will activate whenever an actor is inside this box. And again, we've explained This will activate whenever there's a bird or whenever it comes into contact with like a bug or just any actor, even an obstacle. This will trigger. So we want to explicitly point out, hey, I only want you to trigger these logic when the player is in contact. And we'll do this exact same thing we did with the obstacle. That's drag out, go cast to player, no, cast to third person character, and there we go. So now we're just going to check that it's the player. So now I'm going to drag off of this and go create widget. I'm going to select the U windscreen widget. Drag out from here, click on add to viewport so our player can actually see it. And now if we play our game and go through and complete our obstacle, there's a bug right now, and that is I could just go around the obstacle course. We'll get a U windscreen. So congrats, we just made the most basic bad game possible, and that's Blueprints in a nutshell. Well, congratulations. Somehow you're able to listen to me for about 2 hours and 30 minutes right now, I'm guessing. And now it is finally time to create our final landscape. So we're going to take everything we've learned and apply it to a beautiful photorealistic scene, only using 3 assets by Epic Games. So this is going to be pretty cool. And before we can jump into that, let's first create an entirely new project that will just be our creek. So you want to exit out of our original project we've been working on. So to create a new project, I'm going to go to Games, and then I want to select the third person template because I want this little guy right here as a human reference to see how big our objects and our landscape are within our level. I'm going to hit next, and make sure you select a place where you have easy access to. I'm just going to save it to my desktop again, and then leave everything as default. And I'm not going to use any of the starter content, so select no starter content. And I'm going to give this a name, Creek Landscape, because I'm very creative, and hit create project. Now Creek Landscape folder was created right here, and it should load. So this is what you should see once you open up Unreal with a third person template. And we have a cool map right here and a little guy we can control, walk around, jump, and just do all the good stuff with. So I'm gonna hit X. And down here in the content browser, if I click on this icon here, I can see all my folders, and Unreal generated already a bunch of folders that contains assets to actually create this map here. And in my opinion, this is kind of annoying. I want just my own folders in the content location. So what I would do is I'm gonna click on geometry, hold down control, click on mannequin and third person VP, and drag these and move them into the third person folder just to hide them. I'm gonna hit move here. And if you notice, that didn't really work. We still have the geometry folder, and if I hit delete and click on the delete key, we say, are you sure you want to delete these assets? And they come with 1 meter cube and a template floor, and the class is object redirector. I'm not going to go over what redirectors are right now, since all you need to know is if you ever get this issue, you can hit cancel, right click on your content folder, and then click on fix up redirectors in folder. Now if we delete geometry, we won't get that issue. So let's create our creek map. I'm going to go to contents, right click, new folder, and I'm going to call this maps. Now I'm going to go right click and click on new level, and we're going to be creating this level from scratch. That's how you could see the entire lighting process. And I'm going to call this creek. Double click on it, save selected, and blankness, darkness, nothing is here. Let's start by adding a sky. So I'm going to go to place actors, type in sky atmosphere, drag that in, and then I'm going to go out of that and type in directional light, drag that in, and now to see our sky and the directional light, I'm going to come down to light, click on the arrow to show advanced options, and then click on atmosphere / fog sunlight. Now we get a nice light, and we still have a dark void in the horizon. So I'm going to go add in an exponential height fog to hide that and drag that in. And now our sky is pretty much done. what I want to do now is import my landscape. So again, if you don't remember, landscapes aren't made in Unreal. They're made in other programs like World Machine or Gaia. So I made the current landscape we're about to use in Gaia. And that landscape is located in our beginner assets folder. And it's this one right here, Creek Height Map. And if we double click on it, we can see the height map for our landscape. So I'm gonna hit X, go back into Unreal. And to get a height map in, what you have to do is go to Modes, Landscape, and instead of Create New, we want to select Import from File and keep everything default. So if you have if you have different values, just change them to the values I have right now. And for the height map file, I'm going to select on the 3 dots and navigate to Desktop Beginner Assets and select creekheightmap.png. So I'm going to select that. And now I'm going to click on Import to get the height map in. And immediately we'll notice that this height map is just surrounded by fog, a lot of fog. And I don't want this. I want this landscape to be kind of clear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of landscape mode by clicking on Select. What I just did there was hold down Shift and 1 as a shortcut to get out of landscape mode. And drag my landscape up to just get it outside of the fog. And now we have a much clearer view of our landscape. And the only issue now is that if I zoom in, we can see our shadows are pitch black. And we don't want that. We can get rid of that by using a skylight to illuminate those shadows and give it a bluish tint from the sky. So, place actors, type skylights, and drag that in. Now our shadows look a lot more realistic. Okay, so I notice Unreal is saying lighting needs to be rebuilt here, and that is because our lights aren't set to mobile. So I want these lights to be mobile because, again, I'm lighting a dynamic scene since I want to move the sun around and not have to worry about rebuilding each time. To do so, I'm going to select all my lights. So I'm going to start with the skylight and click on Movable. And then I'm going to select the directional light, click on Movable. And now that warning went away, and we know that our landscape, our world, it has complete dynamic lighting to it. So in terms of lighting, what we just did is that we added in a atmosphere, and then we added in a directional light to act as the sun. And then to make sure our shadows aren't pitch black, we added in a skylight just to capture the color of our atmosphere and project it onto those shadows. And then we set all those to movable, and that was pretty much it. That's our lighting for our scene. So besides a couple of changes here or there, our lighting is done. And that's why I love Unreal Engine. We could get really realistic results fast. So now I actually want to see what the scale of my landscape is in relations to a person. So that's why I imported the third person character. So I'm going to go to third person, then a mannequin, then go to character, mesh, and sk_mannequin. I'm just going to drag this somewhere, and immediately we'll notice our landscape is out of size. This is definitely not a small creek. This is more like a canyon. So what I will do is I'm going to decrease this. So I'm going to select it, go to scale, and make this 10 by 10. And also on the Z axis, I'm going to make this scale 10 too. Now I'm going to press F to snap to it. And now if I drag in my character, okay, we can see a much more realistic scale, and this now looks correct. Now I think it's time to import some of the downloaded assets to be used within this creek landscape. So to do that, I'm going to go into Beginner Assets. Remember, we downloaded this from Gumroad. And then we're going to click on Intro to Unreal Project and open this up. And we're going to do the same process that we did in the texturing section. So we're going to select some assets and hit Migrate. So with this open now, I'm going to go Show My Folders. And we're going to go right click on Creek Assets and then go to Migrate, click OK, and then navigate to Desktop and then wherever you saved your project. So Creek Landscape, then go to Content and hit Select Folder. Now, if it says that, that's okay. Now I'm going to go exit out of this and open my Creek landscape project back up. And if we go into content, we can see Creek assets is already there, and looks like all my materials are correct, and meshes, textures. There we go. We're going to use all these assets to start creating our landscape right now. So included within the Creek assets is a really powerful multifunctional landscape tool specifically designed to be used with Megascan materials. So if I go to materials, and I can see that I have M_auto landscape. And if I double click this, we can actually open up the material, and it looks complicated right now. Honestly, it's pretty complicated. But you don't need to know what's going on at all within here, since I was able to create this and make it into a nice material instance that's highly customizable and also has all the correct values set up right now. So we don't have to go through the boring task of scaling and color tinting. So I'm going to hit X and I'm going to apply this to my material. So I'm going to come out and now take the auto landscape. So mi_auto landscape_creek and drag this on a landscape material. Again, we should just get pitch black because we need to add a layer. So I'm going to go to modes, landscape, paint, and in paint I want to add the first layer. So material blend right here, this first layer, hit on the plus icon and then click on weight blended layer normal. And just leave it there. Default is fine. Click OK. And wait for shaders to compile, and there we have it. And right now this is looking pretty bad. So this brush is pretty big right now, so I'm going to decrease it with left bracket. And what is special about this landscape material I made is that it is an auto scattering landscape or a auto slope. So it automatically textures the landscape based on the slope of the landscape. So you can see when it's steeper, we get a cliff, or I mean, that's supposed to be a cliff texture. And then when it's not steep, when it's just flat, we get our grass. And also you notice that automatically we have grass populating this landscape. That's a cool, neat feature where in the material, you could set a material to have assets being populated on top of it. That's how you don't have to go through and add in all the assets manually. But right now, this is looking really bad because I made this to be used with Megascan materials, not just these default test materials I was using right here. So we're going to go into Megascans right now and download some materials to be used for this. So in Bridge, the materials I'm going to be using is grass uncut. So I already have this downloaded, so I can click on this icon here to export it. And then I'm going to use grass dried for my dirt and export that. Then for my cliff material, I'm going to use rough rock wall. And I'm also going to use a grass dried and a gravel on soil. So the way this landscape material is set up is that the first material, material A, this is our cliff material. And then material B is our grass material. And material C is our dirt material. So the dirt material is basically, I don't know, maybe you can see it right now, but it's the blending material that's in between the grass and the rock slopes. And then we have material D and material E, which will just be some extra paint layers. That's how we can paint the gravel on the bottom of the creek here to just give it a nice watery effect. So what I will do is open up my material and start placing my Megascan textures into my material. So I'm going to drag this out here, try to get it at a good angle, stretch it out. And first let's add in our cliffs. So under surfaces, I'm going to go to rough rock wall, rough rock wall. And I'm going to drag albedo into my color section, normal, and roughness. And immediately we're noticing a change. Our materials starting to look a lot nicer. That's because Megascan materials are absolutely amazing, since those are real materials they scanned in real life. So that's how you know they're physically accurate. And then I'm going to go to surfaces and let's use grass. So grass uncut. Drag that here, there, here. Then I'm going to go back to surfaces and let's go, what is it, grass. Okay, yeah, for my dirt, I'm going to use grass dried 2x2. So drag it there. Drag my normal into this one and drag my roughness in here. Let me double check in. Okay. And then for material D, that's going to be our gravel, because that's going to be the essentially the lake bed. Actually, I for stones and soil. And roughness. Let's get out that. And finally here, I'm going to use this grass dried. So grass dried _00, albedo, normal, and roughness. So everything's looking correct right now. So I'm going to go save this and exit out. Before we continue on this landscape and I explain some other tools this landscape comes with, I'm actually going to get out of here, and I notice everything is overexposed. Everything is too bright, so what we're going to do is use a post-process volume. So type in post, drag it in. First thing I do is enable infinite extent bound, so you don't have to be in that post-process volume to make it work. And then I'm going to come up to exposure, go to min brightness, max brightness, and set these both to, not 12, 1 and 1. Okay, so now our landscape is starting to look really nice and really realistic thanks to Megascans. And let's actually go over what is included within this material. But first, let's go add some material layers. So I'm going to exit out of that. Go to modes, go to landscapes. And within here, I'm just going to fill out all these material layers. So clicking on the plus icon, weight blended layer, hit OK, plus, hit OK, plus, hit OK. Plus normal, hit OK, plus weight blended layer, normal, hit OK. And for foliage remover, very important, when you click the plus, do not click, and I repeat, do not click weight blended layer normal. Click on non-weight blend layer. So this is the only time you would click the second option. And hit OK. And I'm going to go save everything, so save all. Now I can go in and override some material. So let's say, hey, I don't want this to be grass right here. I want this to be my stone. I can just click on the stone and paint in stone. Again, it's going to compile each time you paint in a new layer to a section. Or I can paint dirt somewhere. I have access to my gravel. And my dead grass. And these materials are blending really nicely with each other. So I'm going to hit Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. And finally, that brings us to the foliage remover. So if I select this, and let's just go over to an area, and if I paint down, I can remove the foliage that is there. So again, sometimes a lot of people, they can find this automatic foliage spawning being annoying. So this just gives us an extra level of control. So I can paint away. And then if I want to bring back the foliage, I can hold down Shift to bring back the foliage with that foliage remover. So I will get out of paint mode right now and go over what the material actually entails, or just a bit of what the material has. So I'm going to double click and bring this in. And alternatively to the foliage remover, if you ever just want to get rid of all the foliage entirely, you can come down here and have the option right here, Z_foliage, material A foliage, B foliage. Just make sure all of these are unchecked and nothing will spawn on your material. Also, if we go through here, we see that there are 5 different materials. We have A, B, C, D, and E, and they all share the same property. So initially going through it, you might be overwhelmed, but just know a lot of these properties are duplicated for material specific reasons. In terms of what each property actually does or why I added it and the reasonings behind them, I will save that for another tutorial, since then that'll be an extra 3 hours long. So I'm making a secret to landscaping tutorial. So if that's out right now, top right hand corner, you should be able to click something there. But for now, everything's looking good. Everything is set up in my material. And I encourage you to use this material in other scenarios. So you could use this for a desert environment or a snow environment. All you have to do is just switch out the material textures here. And remember, they're specifically made for Megascans, so make sure you're using it with those assets. Or if you want, if you have a color texture or a normal and a roughness texture, you could use your own textures or other textures you found online. So I'm going to go back to Creek and get out of there. And now let's bring in some more assets into our scene. Also, if you do not like the current grass static meshes that are spawning right here, you can always go to Content, Creek Assets, Materials, and then go to LG_B. And you can actually switch out the static meshes that are spawning here. So if you have another static mesh or another grass object that you want to use, feel free to just drag it in and replace the current grass objects. Now what I want to do is add in the actual creek. So let's get some water and fill up this area. Before I do that, I'm going to move this guy so he doesn't drown. Right here. And remember, there's a shortcut all the way back 3 hours ago. If you hover a static mesh in the air and click on the N key, they will snap down. So you don't have to really go in there and try to fine tune it. So the water is located in Creek Assets, Meshes, and SM_water plane. I'm going to drag this up and make sure my rotation right now is set to snapping. So with this water plane, I can rotate this 90 degrees. And then I want to increase the scale of it. That's how it encompasses pretty much my entire map. Again, short reminder, W for move, E for rotation, and R for scaling. So now I'm going to try to bring my water down like this. And right there is pretty good. Now what I will do is come in here, go click on the landscape, go to modes, landscape, paint, and I'm going to bring my strength to 1. And I will select material D, which was my gravel texture. I just had a voice crack. And then I'm going to increase the brush size. I just go in here and make sure the gravel is in the area of the water, since, as we all know, grass doesn't grow in water. What we would see is a little gravel texture within it. Just keep painting, try to get everything, or at least the main ones. Okay, nice. So now we have a nice gravel texture that represents what our water bed is. And it's also, actually, I'm going to go increase this a bit more. That's how the water is going around this little area. So I'm going to select the water. And it's important to know that sometimes you can't select the water. And you're like, why can't I select it? If you can never select, if there's any moment where you can't select the water or you can't select a glass object, make sure you hit T. So that will turn on the ability to select transparent objects. So you had that turned off. So I just press T, and now I can select my water again and bring that up just a bit. There we go. And now I'm going to have to repaint here. Whoops. Hit Shift T as a shortcut to immediately go into landscape mode. Okay, so now if I go Shift 1 back to select my water, and hit H, immediately, without even knowing, like, you can just assume that there would be water here. And we hit Control H to bring back that. If this was an actual level, it would be pretty apparent that this landscape is literally just floating in a void. So we can actually give the illusion of it not floating in the void and being a part of a larger system by adding in a background mesh and also artificially expanding out this landscape. So real quickly, what I'm going to do is hit Shift 2 to again go into landscape mode and hit select under manage and just drag out, actually add, and drag out some more components for our landscape. Just to give it a little bit more area to work with. We'll delete that one right there. And then we're going to sculpt, smooth, and if something's bothering you on this landscape, you can always go in and smooth out details. So if these lines, these detail lines are bothering you, you could just go in with a smooth brush and take that away. Or you could fine tune this to your own likings. Okay, there we go. Now we hit Shift 1 to get out of that. And now let's add in the background mesh. So under Creek Asset, Meshes, you want SM_background land and drag that in. And our meshes, that's not big enough. So I'm going to go to Scale and type in 25 by 25 by 25. And I'm going to hit Control-Z to demonstrate something right now. Instead of clicking each one individually and typing 25, I could have hit this little lock icon and then hit 25, and it will automatically put 25 in all of them. So that's a shortcut. And bring this down. Maybe angle everything in a way where I'm going to increase my camera speed. And then position this landscape. So like, right here, let me bring it up a bit, fly back in and see what it looks like when I'm in the landscape, and decrease camera speed again. Okay, and now this is pretty good. So from this angle, if I bring this up, it really does give the illusion of this landscape not just being a floating island in space, but actually being a part of a larger ecosystem as a whole. Before we add in the mountains, I just want to point out a really cool shortcut or thing you can do in the viewport. If you hold down Control 1 and fly away from that location, if you hit 1, that set a viewport bookmark. And this works for all of the control numbers. So if I go over here, I do Control 2, and then if I go up here, Control 3, I got 1, 2, and 3. This is just a cool, quick way to navigate your world. So now I think it's time to read in the mountain. So I'm going to drag this mountain in. And already it's pretty big, but it's not big enough. So I'm going to make this 125 hit scale. Then I'm going to click on F, just snap to that mountain just to bring it out quickly. And I'm going to make camera speed 8. I'm going to drag that mountain really far out and hit 1 to go back up so I see what it looks like. And I'm going to rotate this. Okay, that's right, that looks nice. Also keep in mind, in real life, mountains are rarely just by themselves. They're always a part of a chain. So I'm going to add more mountains next to that one. Different angle, control. I'm going to scale this one down and rotate that one. Like that. I'm going to bring this in and make this one fairly large. Actually, scale this one down too. Scale it out. Okay, there we go. I mean, I could be fiddling with these all day, but I should probably go quicker right now because this is a tutorial. So at this point in the tutorial, all the technical stuff is out of the way. Now that what is left is going through Megascans, finding objects I like, and bringing them into Unreal and just playing with them. So it might be boring on your end, just watching me place objects. But I highly encourage you not to follow me directly, but to create your own scene. Take in different objects, place objects in different areas, and really make the art your own. The best analogy I can think of is, this is just like playing with Legos as a kid. We could find cool new pieces, and we could put them together and create something new. So back in Unreal, All right, really quickly, in case you forgot, the way you duplicate a static mesh is that you hold down Alt, and with the move gizmo, you drag out one of the arrows. So that is how you can duplicate an object if you forgot that. So I'm gonna hit delete. So now let's actually create a house and bring in some modular assets. So I'm gonna go use these medieval modular wall assets, and the Lego analogy is really strong here, since these assets are literally created to be snapped together and create something of a larger whole. So these are just pieces that we're gonna place together. So I'm gonna export this one, that one, this one, that one, and the roof. Let me see if there are any other pieces I want right now. Actually, I want this worn wooden beam one. So I'm going to export that one too. And we just exported a lot of assets, so it'll probably take a while for Unreal to parse through everything. Okay, so I skipped ahead to where everything is imported, and now I'm going to click on Save All and Save Selected. And before we move on, okay, my camera was set to speed 8. I'm going to bring this down to 3 and hit 1 to snap back to my location. So before I move on, I just want to play with the lighting a bit and also try to fine tune that reflection. So right now we actually don't have a reflection capture. So if we start placing it in reflective objects, they'll look really weird. So I'm just going to drag in a reflection capture. So spear reflection capture, bring that in. And then I'm going to hit the arrow next to build and then click on build reflection capture. And then I'm going to go play with the lighting of my sun. So this is a really neat trick. If you hold down Control and then hold down L, we get a new gizmo, and still with Control and L held down, we can now rotate our sun. So we don't have to go and find our sun in our world. We could just rotate it wherever. And it's actually easier to rotate than the rotation gizmo. So let's find a... right there. That looks like a good location. And another thing I would do is add in a planar reflection. Because remember, planar reflections are really good for flat surfaces. So mirrors and water. So I'm going to drag in planar reflection and we get an arrow. It says planar reflection requires global clip plane project settings enabled to work properly. So this is actually going to take a while, but what I'm going to do is go to settings, project settings, and I'll type in planar. So support global clip plane for planar reflections and click yes. Now it's going to ask me if I want to restart. I'm going to click restart now. If you don't want to, that's fine because this will probably take like 30 minutes of loading, but it's just something good that can really take our reflections to the next level. So I'm going to click restart now. And I will get back to you in 30 minutes. Okay, I take that back. That wasn't 30 minutes. That was 5 minutes. So it really depends on how many assets you have in content. So if you have a lot of assets, it'll take a lot longer for everything to compile. But now we have a planar reflection within our level. So I'm going to go scale this up so that it encompasses the entire visibility of my water. So like that. And now we get this weird reflection going on. This is not what the player would see in game. If I press play, then we can see that it's seeing a really nice planar reflection. So this, okay, I have it selected. So this weird mirror thing right now is actually a preview of what the reflection is. So not the actual reflection. We could turn this on in details and go down to show preview plane and unselect that. So now we have really physically accurate reflections on our water. Let's take all the Megascan assets we just downloaded, all the modular medieval assets, and put them together piece by piece to create a house just like Legos. And the way we will do it is I want a house right here. Or I'll first build it over here and then I'll move it there because this area is flatter. So it might be easier. And under Megascans 3D assets, we can see that each of our assets are contained within there's one, here's one, There's another one, and this could be a hassle. So whenever we want to grab an asset, we have to navigate to that folder, grab it out, and then we have to go and navigate to another folder and drag that out. But there is a way to show all the static meshes at once without having to go into each folder, and that's with filters. So I'm going to click on filters here, and then I'm going to select static mesh. Now, nothing happened, but if I select 3D assets, it will show me all the static meshes that are under 3D assets. And if I select content, it will show me all the static meshes within our project. So I'm going to go back to 3D assets. And now I have a really quick and easy way to select 3D assets without having to navigate the folder system. Now I will take these assets and kind of snap them together and create a larger house. So I'm going to move this door. And I want to make sure that my rotation snapping is on. I'm going to snap this 90 degrees. And then I'm going to take this piece and move it. That's how it's kind of connected to the door there. And here's a really neat trick that I do often is that you can actually kind of mirror an object. So I want this side with the actual wooden beam to be on that side. And one way I could do that is to go into scaling with R. And on the x-axis, drag, 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 and then keep dragging until it flips. And now I could connect it to the door. So that's a unique tip if you have an asymmetric static mesh and you want to kind of flip it around and move it to the other side. And I'm going to move this down and this one also down to it. Okay. Now what I want is a roof, just so I can know the approximate width of this house. So I'm going to drag in my roof, rotate this one around, and bring it up, put it into it. And we can see this gap right here. This is why I wanted the worn wooden beam. So that's how I can fill in that gap there. And kind of have the roof be extruded outwards a bit. Okay. Let's scale this one out. That's how it encompasses the entirety of the roof. Okay, there we go. And that's looking nice right now. So I'm going to select both of these and move them up, just so that we can get some of the wood at the top here showing. And now another thing I will do is add in this kind of window, boarded up window looking piece. And we're going to connect it up here, and we can see that our scales are off. So what I will do is scale this down a bunch on the x-axis and try to now get it into the corner. Go back to this piece and scale this one down. That's how they don't really intersect that much. There we go. I'll bring this one down. Now I will take this corner piece, drag it in there, rotate this, and try to connect it up here. And again, this corner piece is also a bit too large, so I'm going to scale it on the y-axis. Bring this one down. Okay, there we go, and we have the front of our house done. Now I will work on the size of this house. So going over here, I want to use 2 of these pieces. So drag this in. Kind of maneuver it there, bring it down. And hold down Alt and drag out another one of those pieces. No, actually, that's too repetitive. So I'm going to try another piece, this one right here. So that's one thing with modular buildings, is that you want to try to hide anything repetitive, because then that could break realism. Okay. This looks nice. And one thing we can do is that we can take these wooden beams and kind of create our own structures to blend in with this static mesh. So something like that. So from distance, you wouldn't know that that's just another static mesh sticking out. So put this in, hold down Alt. I'm going to add another one and slightly in the middle there, but a bit off center. Hold down Alt again, drag this one out, and rotate this 90 degrees. Bring it up a bit. Scale this. Like that. Okay, nice. And to actually get a feeling of what the length of this house should be, there's one issue, and that is the Megascans didn't come with a roof asset to actually go over and connect the roof like that. So what I did was that I created my own roof asset. So I'm going to click on Content again with the static mesh filter selected. And then I added in a roof module. So I'm going to drag this one in. And we don't have a material for that. We'll fix that in a bit. Rotate this 90 degrees. And try to connect these up. Something like this. Okay, there we go. That's looking nice. And the scale looks correct, but what I can do is just scale this in the x-axis a bit. Okay. Yeah, just to give us some leeway. So now I'm going to find a nice material that will help blend in this roof with the front of the roof right here. So if I go back in a bridge, I already found one, and it's called Slate Wood Old Roof 2x2M. And since I already have that downloaded, I'm going to click on the export button. So let's go find our new roof material. And if I go under surfaces, and I have a bunch of boring folders, I have to click on each one and nothing is showing. That's because I still have the static mesh filter enabled. To turn that off, all I have to do is click on this button, and now I can see all my stuff again. So I could just go through here and try to find which folder it's in and then drag it on here. But again, that's kind of boring and that's really slow. So we could use filters to filter out materials. And if I click on materials, nothing happens, nothing shows here. And that's because Megascans isn't using these materials as it is. They're actually created its own master material. So these are material instances. So instead of going materials, I'm going to deselect that. I'm going to go filters, materials and textures, and then material instance. So right there is my slate wood. I'm going to drag it onto my, and I can see that it already does kind of blend in, but there's some issues with this. And number one, this is scaled way too large. I mean, these are some large roof tiles to be able to do that. Also, I can see the sides showing a bit, so I'm going to move this first. Actually, scale it in a bit. Okay, yeah, like that. And then I'm going to open up this material instance. And within the material instance, I will find where the size is. So the master material of Megascans is, instead of using a single value for the size control, they're actually using a collection of vectors. So this might be intimidating at first, but don't worry. All you have to do is check tiling/offset and then hit the arrow. And now we can see we control tiling X and tiling Y. So what I want to do is increase X a bit and then also increase on the Y axis a bit, just to get some more tiling. Okay, that looks nice. And another thing I will do is bring the color of this down, since the colors aren't really matching right now. I could do that with the albedo tint. So I'm going to check that. And open this up and just make this darker. So just make it a lot darker. And right there, now it's really looking like it's blending in, and from a distance, you couldn't even tell those are two separate meshes. Oh, another thing I will do is increase the normals of this material. So we have, let's see, where would that be? Okay, here it is, normal strength. I'm going to bring that to 2. And yeah, that's looking good right now. Okay, before we finish this house, I just want to customize my user interface a bit, just to give my viewport more screen space. So what I would do is I will come to all the open tabs and right click and click on hide tab, just to give me more space. And now I'm going to drag this one down, so make the content browser smaller. make the place actors there smaller, and then I'll move it like this. Also, one thing I like to do is show place actors again. Take the place actors and drag it on and dock it into this area. So now I have a kind of widescreen version of my scene. And I think I'm actually going to leave it like that for now. So now let's finish our house, but I'm actually going to cheat just to save time. And I'm going to duplicate all of these pieces and just rotate them 180 degrees and place them there. So if you're doing this and if you're going to have a player walk around, don't do what I'm about to do, since that will be very noticeable. But now I have everything selected. I'm going to hold Alt, duplicate everything, and I'll rotate this 180 degrees. Now I'm going to connect this back up again. Try to get everything working correctly. And okay, nice. We just quickly were able to duplicate one part of this house and place it on the other side. So if you don't like what just happened, then don't do it. I'm just doing it to save time since I'm trying to go kind of fast right now. Another thing I will do is take these beams and duplicate them to be on the corners. That's how there's a better blend between some of the meshes. So take this beam, put it in the corner, bring this up, and actually I'm going to scale it out a bit. Oh, scale this out a bit. And I'm going to take this one and actually duplicate that and bring it here to just fill in that hole. And actually I'm going to select all the static meshes here and bring them in some more. Okay, yeah, like that. Then select this beam, hold Alt, drag it right there. Actually scale this out a little bit more. Okay, yeah, like that. I'm going to hold Control, select both of these beams, and hold Alt, and drag them up to the front here. Okay, yeah, just like that. I'm actually going to make this one a bit smaller. Okay, there we go, and we're almost done. It's just there's an issue in that we can see straight through the house sometimes at certain angles. So like right here, let's fill up this part. I'm gonna hold Alt, duplicate the wooden beam, rotate this 90, bring it up, and just fill in that area. Now I'm gonna move it to the middle and scale this in the Z-axis, or in the object's local Z-axis. And hold down Alt, bring it over to this side, and okay. New shortcut. When you're moving objects, sometimes you want to move it really far, and you have to go move it there, and then you have to fly over and keep moving it. But if you hold down Shift and move it, your camera follows the object. So that's something I do all the time. And nest it in like that. Okay, that looks good. Now I'm going to select the front roof here and the roof's wooden beam. Duplicate this in the back and rotate this 180 degrees. And put it back here. Just like that. Okay, let's fly around, see if there's anything wrong. And these corner beams are kind of sticking out of the roof there. Like right here. Oh no, actually. Oh no, that's this beam. I'll bring that in. And come here, click on that, and bring that in. So again, I could just tweak this forever, but for now, this looks like a pretty nice house. And I'm going to just select this and that piece right there and delete it. Now I want to duplicate this building around and create multiple versions of this house. But the only issue is that whenever I want to move this house, I have to select all these pieces and then I move it, and if I don't like the location again, I have to select all these pieces again. So what I'm going to show right now is a way to group objects together and have them be treated as one static mesh. So to do that, I first have to select all the objects. So this might take a while. And this is a good example of why you don't want to select your static meshes all over again each time you want to move this group of objects. And then I'm going to go to Brush Wireframe to see if I missed anything, and I did miss the structural beams of this house. I don't want to select the landscape. Okay, there we go. And did I select everything? Let me move this up. And yes, I did. Looks like I select everything. Now, what I will do with this house is I'm going to press Control G, and that will put all this into one group. And if I go out of game view mode, you can see that I have this greenish box around it. And this tells me, hey, you just selected one object that contains a lot of objects inside of it. So now I could move this around and not have to worry about selecting each one all over again. So I will move one. Let me see. I'm going to hit 1. And okay. So I'll move one to the side here. Just like that. It could be inside the hill. Rotate a bit that way. Let me get out of snapping mode and rotate this. Then if I hold down Alt, I could just duplicate all the objects at once, and it keeps that group. And rotate this around. Put it to the side there like that. Okay. And I'm going to move this up. And if you ever want to edit an object or add in more objects to this group, you can just right click and go down to Groups and click on Unlock. Not Ungroup, that'll just get rid of the group, but Unlock. So now our green box turned to red, and we could move pieces around, make any changes, add new pieces, and then when we're done with that, I could just right click on any of these objects, go down to Groups, and then click on Lock. And now these are all acting as one group again. So before we get to painting foliage and rocks, let's import some trees into our scene. Now, unfortunately, Megascans doesn't have any trees as of now. I know they are going to add trees, but for now we can use some other free assets created by Epic Games on the Epic Games Marketplace. So, the first tree we're going to use is from the Open World Demo Collection. And what you want to do is, it's located in the Marketplace, so click on Marketplace and then search for Open World Demo Collection. And then you want to click on Add to Project, and then find your project. Click on it, and then click on Add to Project. I'm not going to, well, wait. No, I will add to it. And then it will automatically download if it hasn't downloaded already. The next tree we're going to add is the Temperate Vegetation Spruce Forest. And this is also permanently free. And we're specifically just going to use the baby trees. So I'm going to click on Add to Project, Creek Landscape, and also Add to Project. And wait for it to download. Okay, once you have everything downloaded, let's add in some trees. So I'm going to go to Kite Demo, and then to Environments, Trees, and I want Hill Tree Tall 02, and drag this in. And then I want some of the baby ferns. So I'm going to go to Interactive Spruce Forest, then to Meshes, and Small. So I want to use these, so I'm going to just drag these in here. Yeah, just the small ones. Just the really baby ones, not these big ones. Although you can use these if you want. And now I'm going to go scale down this tree because this is way too big, in my opinion. So I'm going to go to Details and change this from 1 to 0.5. So what I want to do is actually open up this tree and change the color from green to orange. And we're going to have to get a bit creative about this. So first thing I'm going to do is come down here and see what materials the static mesh uses. So I can see that Hill Tree 01 Leaves Matte 2 is the material that controls all the leaves. So I'm going to double click this and go in here. So just looking around here, I don't see any parameters that would allow us to change the color. So what I could do is just add it in. So I'm going to drag this out. And again, this looks really, really complicated right now. And honestly, I think it's just the way that this is set up is that complicated. So all the nodes are crossing, so it looks like spaghetti. But bottom line is, remember, pretty much the most important outputs are base color, roughness, normal, and maybe metallic. In this case, there is no metallic. So I know that I could just add a tint overall to the base color, and we could do that here. So I'm going to hold down 3 to add color in. Right click, go to convert to parameter, and then I'm going to call this color tint and change the default value to white initially. Hold down M and left click to add in a multiply and drag these together like that. And then I'm going to hit apply. So drag this out and try to get it in a way where I can still edit the colors and look at the tree. I'm going to go to game view by pressing G. Then I'm going to double click and make it an orangey, try to find a nice color, and okay, I like this color. And then I'm going to hit OK and hit apply. Save. And exit out of that. So now we have a really nice orange tree, but there's still one issue, and that is when I back up, we can see it kind of turns darker, and then when I back up further, the tree just turns into a weird greenish blur. And that's actually the level of details doing this. So what level of details are is that it's basically static meshes are made up of several other static meshes, and these static meshes decrease in detail or decrease in vertices count. And that's how we're able to get a large amount of objects on screen. And the farther the object is, the less detail it has. So I just want to deactivate that. So I'm going to go into the static mesh editor by clicking on tree. And then I'm going to hit Control E to quickly bring up that tree's editor. So that's a shortcut. And then I'm going to dock it up here. So here in the static mesh editor, we can remove all the LODs by going into each one individually and selecting remove LOD. We can do that within the LOD picker. So I'm going to, in the drop down, select 3, remove, yes, 2, remove, yep, and then 1, remove, yes, save. And now within our level, if we go away, our tree does not lose any detail. And that's exactly what we want. In an actual game environment or open world, we will want LODs on, but since I already know that this is pretty much going to be a static shot, keeping everything as high of detail as possible will be nice. Also, if you ever want to view your LODs, you can come up to Lit, then to Level of Detail, Coloration, and go to Mesh LOD Coloration. Alright, so I just got out of that, and now I'm going to go duplicate this tree around, but we have one issue, and that is, honestly, this tree isn't that dense. So I'm going to go duplicate this, rotate this around, try to get it back in there, keep rotating, and maybe bring down the scale a bit, just to make the tree a little bit more dense. And I'm going to do it again a third time. So we're really packing on geometry right here. If you don't want to do this, then maybe keep the LODs or just delete the last couple if your computer can't handle it. And bring that down. Actually, bring this back in like that. Okay, now we have some pretty dense, really nice fall trees. So selecting all 3, I'm gonna hit W to move them. And now I'm just gonna place them, scatter them randomly around in this little area. So this area is like a mini forest, kind of. So like that. Duplicate. Rotate. Duplicate. Still duplicate. And that looks nice for now, and I noticed that this orange is too orangey. It's kind of gross. And in my original, the project I made to go test out this scene, it was more yellowy. So I'm going to give it more of a yellow tint to it. And actually yellowish greenish. Yeah, like that. And then hit apply. Okay, so it looks like our scene is coming along pretty nice. Now I'm going to go add in some of the little baby trees over here around in this area. I will actually speed up the video a bit. That's how you don't go through the process of just watching me duplicate stuff around and place it. Okay, so I think I'm done for now, and you should probably spend a little bit more time than I am. I'm just going super quickly, and yeah, that's why I'm just going super quickly. And now look, there's like a floating tree. Okay, so now I think I'm done. So again, you should spend some more time on this. I'm just going quickly because this is a tutorial, and in retrospective, I probably should have used the Foliage tool to move these trees around and place them. Now I think we're ready to start adding in foliage like flowers, clovers, and rocks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and open up Back and Bridge. I'm going to use these flowers right here, and it's important to know that when you're downloading Foliage, what I normally do, especially for a scene like this where honestly performance isn't really an issue, I'm going to go to Export Settings, and actually when I download this, I make sure to only download the first LOD, so I ignore all the other LODs. Now maybe you want those LODs in if you don't really have that powerful of a computer, but for me, I'm just going to keep this at LOD 0 for all of these downloaded. Now, I already have these downloaded, so I'm going to go export this fern, this flower, white windflower, purple wood sorrel, and what this has the added benefit of being purple flowers and clovers, and this small rocks pack. Okay, so that took a while, so I skipped over it. But we have everything in here, so I'm going to hit Save All. Don't forget to do that. And look at all these assets. This is insane. And if I go into Modes, Foliage, and Megascans, super cool, automatically populated my foliage types with all the foliage we just downloaded. This is the fun part. I'm just going to start randomly placing foliage everywhere. So, and creating little flower patches. So I'm going to hit Shift and select these ferns first and hit the checkbox right there to activate them. And now if I paint them in, we get way too many ferns. Also, it still needs to compile, but I'm going to hit Control Z and change this density right here from 100 to, let's go 10. Now I place them. Okay, that looks like a good amount, maybe a little bit too much, so 5. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. So I'm gonna go around, just randomly scatter this around. Especially in here. We want a lot of. Actually, when in there, I'm going to bring that up to 20, since I imagine there'd be more ferns in this general area. Okay, that looks good. Now I'm going to deselect these ferns. And I'm going to add some little flower patches. So paint this down, and there are way too many white flowers. So I'm going to hit Control Z, and maybe bring this to 10. Actually, I'm bringing it to 15. And decrease the size. So we can decrease the size of the flowers being painted, or the foliage, by going down a scale and make sure it's still set to uniform. And I want it in a range of 0.6 to 0.7, actually 0.5. Now if I paint this down. Okay, there we go. That's much more realistic scale to it. And another thing I noticed is this is way too green. So I can make this less green by actually going to where this material is, and I already have that open. It's right here. Double clicking on it, and within this material instance, we can make this less green and blend more with the ground by going into color overlay, overlay intensity, keep that at 1, and bringing that down to, actually no, not even black. So the issue isn't actually the texture itself, but the subsurface scattering. Okay, really briefly, what subsurface scattering is it's basically when light bounces around inside the object and illuminates the object from the inside. So the best explanation and best demo you can do right now to see subsurface scattering in action is to take your finger and the light on your phone and just hover it over your finger. I don't know if you can see it. And your finger will turn red. That's actually the light bouncing around inside your finger, and that's exactly what's happening with the foliage right now. So we can decrease subsurface scattering by going to the SS tint and bring that down from white to black. And now we just decreased it, and it looks a lot better. Okay, going back into the foliage mode. I'll just start actually increasing my density to 25 and start painting little patches of whiteness. So right there, maybe right here, all the way over there. Right here, let's do the same for the dandelions. So select this one, select that one, and hit the check button. And I'm going to paint down these. Let's go right here. And actually, 100. 80 looks like a good scale because I want this to be more pronounced. So right there, right here. I mean, just pretty much anywhere. This is your project. And again, I noticed the issue of the subsurface scattering being way too intense. And we can actually see the subsurface scattering if I angle, yeah, like this. So we can see the subsurface scattering right now. So what I will do is within the dandelion, just select one of them. Now click on the magnifying glass to jump to that location in the content browser and go over. Let's open up the material instance for this dandelion. Go down to SS tint and bring that down to, ooh, really dark. Just turn that off. There we go. And get out of that. Okay, so now that blended in much better with the landscape. Next up, I'm going to add some rocks. So select all these, hit the check mark, and if I just place it down, that's way too many rocks, and the rocks are also too small right now. So going into scale, I'm going to bring this scale to 2, and then the max to 3. So now if I place down, there you go. The rocks are much more noticeable, and I also notice the issue of them also being too bright. I mean, of course, this isn't a subsurface scouting issue. This is just a color issue. So again, I'm just going to select one of these rocks, hit the magnifying glass, jump to that location. Let's open up this rock instance. And I will scroll down to color tint and bring this down. Just actually, no, don't make it red. That was an accident. Okay, that looks, I want to make it in a way where it can blend in with the gravel here. And okay, that looks really nice. Yeah, it's blending in really well right now. So I'm going to hit OK. Get out of that. And now I'm actually going to erase these rocks because I just painted in way too many. And first I'm going to go over a general rock pass over the entirety of the ground. So 100 is too dense. I will bring this to, let's say, 10. Okay, 10's good. So I'm going to bring up my brush using the right bracket key and just go over this. Oh, 10 is still too dense. Let's go 4 or 3. Okay, yeah, that's good. Right there. And be careful because sometimes when you're placing down rocks, the foliage tool is not landscape independent. So if I come over here and click down, we can see we could even get rocks on the roof right there. I have no idea how that, I mean, maybe you want rocks on the roof. I'm not going to stop you, but I'm going to hit Control Z to undo that one. And now I want a bunch of rocks on the lake bed or river bed right here, just to help blend in that material with the environment around it. So I'm going to set this from 3 to 20. Okay, yeah, like that. And just do a rock pass on the water area here. Okay, that's looking good. We have nice rocks and some nice flowers. Now I want the purple flowers. So select all these and then unactivate them. And go to the purple flowers. I'm just going to select these all and hit the active button. Actually, I'm only going to select these purple flowers. So select all those because those are just clovers. There are no flowers with them. And deactivate them. Now with all these selected, I'm going to paint it down. And too dense. So bring that to 20. Paint it down. And we still have that subsurface issue going on right now. And I'll actually bring that to 40. Select one of them. Hit the magnifying glass. Then open up the material. Go here. Find where the SSS is. Right there. And bring that down. Just to deactivate, lower that. Did we have any? Okay, yeah, right there. And yeah, now it's looking pretty nice. It's blending in well. So let's start painting in little patches of purple. Yeah, 40 is, I'm gonna stick with 80. 80, so purple there. Purple over here. Purple right there. Some purple here. And I don't know, just anywhere. And that looks good. And now I want to do a general clover pass. So add random clovers everywhere. So deselect these. And activate these. And bring the density to 10. Increase my brush size. Again, using the bracket keys. And adding random clovers. Also, one thing you could do, a little attention to detail, is add clovers right next to the water area. So that's one thing you could do. Also, this is really helpful to know. If you ever, let's say I place down a rock, and I love all the rocks, but there's one specific rock that I really don't like being placed somewhere. I can go into the select and select any individual rocks and move them. So you can individually select foliage if you don't like their location. So that's pretty neat. And deselect these. Okay, so before we move on from foliage, I noticed that my foliage is still way too bright compared to the material. So one thing I can also do is, instead of, if I go back into the clover material, instead of just decreasing the subsurface, I can also decrease the actual color to also make that dark. So there we go. So that's one way to blend it in better with the landscape. I won't do that now because I need to move on, but let's leave foliage mode, go back to select, and now let's add some clouds and give this area some more mist to it because we're really missing that. So first off, I'm going to go and fix the exponential height fog because right now our height fog is way too low. I actually want to be able to see the fog and we can't right now. So I don't know where that is. So in the world outliner, I'm going to type in exponential height fog, click on this and hit F to jump to it. Okay, now we can notice the exponential height fog is, I'm going to increase my camera speed all the way down there. And why I like the exponential height fog is because you're able to just control where the exponential height fog starts by just moving this widget. So I'm going to increase my exponential height fog, just bring it up pretty far, like probably to there. That looks good. Then if I go back in here, there's not that much mist. I could keep increasing and actually, yeah, right there is pretty good. So now we got some fog in our world. Next up, I'm going to add some clouds to Unreal, and Unreal by default actually comes with some clouds. So the way you get them, and this is kind of cheating, real quickly I'm going to save, is that you go to File, New Level, select Time of Day, and then select this clouds up here. So just select anywhere, you'll probably see you get a spear and M_time of day, and hit Control C. Now I'm going to go back into my map, if I can find it. Go to map and actually, where is it? Okay, maps, creek, and hit Control V. So now we get our sky inside here. And there's one issue, and that is the sky is way too big and our mountain is overlapping with that sky. So it's creating a weird little effect. I think we can get rid of this by artificially just moving our sky up. So what I will do is increase this to 8. And let me fly out here. And this sky doesn't have a gizmo. Okay, now it has a gizmo. I can move this up. And I can snap back here. Okay, now the sky is up and actually above the clouds now. Next up, we can add some fog planes. So, let me just save. And then go to Creek Assets. Meshes. BP_cloud sheet. Drag that in. And if we zoom in on this, we can see this is artificially just a 2D cloud. And, I mean, obviously this is way too small. I don't know any clouds like this. I mean, maybe this could be like a puff of smoke from a gun. And now I'm going to go increase this to, I don't know, really high. Let's try 100. Okay, that's more of a sky texture. And actually, I'm going to go 200. Okay, that's better. That's actual fog. Bring this back up to like 5, the camera speed. And let's just move this off into the distance. And by default, this is way too opaque. So I will bring that down by going under opacity. And let's make this 0.3. Okay, that's more fog-esque like. And I'm just going to scale this like that. Okay, and what is really cool about this texture is that it is moving ever so slightly. So I can move that there. I can Alt copy out another one. Move that there. Alt copy out another one. Move that there. Move some ones even further back. Maybe scale this up. And yeah, just play around with the fog. See what you like. Also, there are other fog textures. If I come here and hit the magnifying glass, I'll jump to that in the content browser. And we have a lot more fog textures. So I could just select one and drag it on to just change out the texture if I don't like it. So I'm going to zoom back in here. Okay, what is really catching my attention right now is the fact that over here by the homestead, you wouldn't expect there to be grass around these areas, since people will be walking back and forth, and it's hard for plants to grow in an area like this. So it'll probably be dirtier than anywhere else. So what I will do is go to Modes, Foliage, actually no, Modes, Landscape, Paint, and then select Material E and set this down up from Strength 1 because look, that's way too intense. I'm actually going to make this probably 0.3. Just slowly go in here with a brush and make this area darker. Actually blend this together. And I'll use material C. Just add some more variation to this area. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, now we're really starting to see some kind of homestead-like ground material. And okay, yeah, that's looking better. And one thing we could do is actually add like a little dirt road going to this homestead. So decreasing my brush, I'll just go out like that. And we didn't see anything because I need to increase my strength. So now I'm drawing a little dirt path that probably a lot of people have taken to get to this area. There we go. And now I'm actually going to come in here and go into the sculpt brush, smooth. Just, oh, nope, smooth. Just smooth it out like that. There we go. Okay, so already that was a nice improvement. And now it's time to actually start going in and set dressing this area. So just really going through Megascans, seeing what looks nice in this area, and just placing it in and playing with it and see what we can create. Then that's the beauty of Megascans and Unreal, is that really if you don't like anything, that's fine. You can just delete it and download something new and play with that. So back in Bridge, some assets I noticed that work really well with this scene is pretty much everything here. So we already have wooden beams. We already have the modular kit. We can add some dead trees. We can also add a hitching post right next to the houses there. So that indicates that horses have been there. Some barrels, so like the people are storing stuff. A workbench, just a regular bench. Some wooden beams. And just some larger rocks. So right now we don't have any large rock pillars. We can add that in right now. And even a large volcanic cliff. And that's really nice when you're trying to blend in and make this cliff area more poppy and more geometric. Okay, so what I will do now is download all these assets and speed up the video. That's how you don't have to watch me just arduously place stuff around and move stuff around for like 30 minutes. And also another thing I will do is go through all the foliage and try to fix their colors by just playing with a tint and decreasing them. Alrighty, so we are nearing completion. A couple things I need to point out. Number one, when I was trying to get these cliffs in here, and this was really helpful, and I should have gone over this, but there are, let me move this here. Yeah, just in the middle of water. There are kind of two different type of gizmo modes. You have world gizmo. So basically, if we're going to move this, we're moving it along the world axis. But you can also move this along the object's own local space by coming up to here and switching the world icon to the square icon. So now we can move this along the axis of this object like this. So now if I rotate this and go back into the gizmo, we can see that our move gizmo followed the rotation of our object. So this was really good in trying to get the exact rotation of the cliffs, trying to blend them seamlessly with the material. Also, I don't know why, maybe this is Megascans or maybe it's the way I set up this scene. All of my rocks were way too bright. So I basically went into all of these, and in the color tint, I just decreased the value to make these blend in better or not stand out as much as they were beforehand. And finally, if we fly over here, we can see what I used the wooden poles for. I used them in a kind of unconventional way as a substitute for broken down fences. So even though, let me see what this is called. So even though old wood boards aren't old wood fences, I was still able to use them creatively and turn them into fences. So with a lot of these assets, see what you could use them as. Sometimes you can use them as unconventional ways, and it can actually improve on the art. Also, I just went in and I flattened some areas of the landscape just to have my static meshes blend in better. Also, you probably noticed that I placed my mannequin around my level just to give my scene some scale, and I know how big these objects are in relation to a human. On the topic of mannequins, one cool thing you can do is come over to World Settings, in Game Mode Override, select Third Person Game Mode, and then press Play. And we can see our level is completely playable, and we can have a character walk around, or create your own characters that walk around, if you know how to use blueprints, and just explore this world for ourselves in a game-like scenario. So that's pretty neat, and if I hold down F11, I can go full screen and actually play this like it's an actual video game. Now I think we're ready to make some last final adjustments by using the post-process volume. So I'm going to come over to my post-process volume and click on that. And within the volume, I'm going to come down to details, and I'm just going to edit the slope and the toe. So if I just maybe increase this, kind of increase that, we can get a more contrasty looking feel to my scene. And then if I go down to color grading, I can change the white balance, so I can make this scene warmer or colder, or I could just mess around with the tint and give it something weird. I'm not going to do that. And under global saturation, maybe we could bring this up a bit to 1.1. Okay, no, that's way too tense. So 1.05. So it's before, after. Okay, yeah, I like what saturation is doing. And pretty much, post-process volume is one of the more artistic tools of Unreal. So we could just go in and play with different values, different settings, and see what you like. Okay, so finally, we are going to delete these guys right here. I'm going to go into full screen mode with F11, press G, and I would say now we are done. We have literally went from opening up Unreal for the first time to creating this, I don't know, I think it looks pretty nice scene. And final shortcut of this tutorial, hold down Alt, press P, and you can play this world like it's a game. Run around it, explore it, admire the vegetation, maybe go into this little forest area and walk back to the homestead. Just turn around and admire the world you created. So we are finally now done. So congratulations. Make sure to like and subscribe because in the future, there'll be a lot more Unreal content, especially with the upcoming release of Unreal Engine 5. Also, make sure you look to the sides of me for links to any tutorials if they are up. So go and check those out. And I would say, all I have to say right now is goodbye.